Did you guys go through the prerequisites and install this one yet, or some of you have not? Is there anybody who has not done this yet? Anybody who has not done this yet? Installation. Everybody's done with the installation. Okay. So you'll all be at 8.0.39. So what all components did you install when you installed this? Did you install the full installation? Okay. Okay. You'll be having one workbench. You should be having a shell. You'll be having one server, and then some additional components like DB examples. And then you will have some routers and connection. So these are the components that you would have installed. So if of which we need these four, I mean, this one we may use later. I mean, you guys might use later, not for this week. But these four part we will be needing today. So just check whether all four available. Workbench, shell. There will be on server. If workbench is there, server will be there. So you don't have to check. And then example databases. So my SQL, see, there is something called workbench and there is something called shell. Okay. And then server will definitely be there if these two things are there. Then there is some example DBs. Like these two databases should be there. Ignore the other ones. These two databases should be there. They are example DBs. We'll be mostly using this world DB. So ensure that this world DB is also there. You don't have those databases, or is it something else? You don't have the databases. Yes. So what I would recommend is you run the installer once and ensure that you install everything. Okay. I don't know whether shell is asked for you. But be on the safer side, just install it and keep it. Yes. I'll tell you where to get the example databases. So you didn't do a full installation then. So if you have some time in between, in the break or something, uninstall and do a full installation. Okay. And did you set up a password, root password? Yes. So there will be one root password. Root means like admin account, administrator of this server. And don't forget this password, okay? Because if you forget this password, you will have to delete everything and reinstall it once again. So ensure that you do not forget the password for this. So we are all set, right? We'll proceed then. Yes. Yes. What happened? Okay, we'll see that when we start running. Let me know. I'll check that. Okay, it's okay, no problem. We are anyway going to use the workbench only, but you should know how to use the shell as well. Shell is like another portal to run the SQL. So if you have some time in the break, uninstall and install thing. Or else you can also just take and run shell also separately. If you go to this downloads, so some students are saying you don't have the shell, right? If you see, there is a separate download for shell separately. You can run this installer as well. I mean shell. Okay, so students who did not have shell, so you can run the specific installer, or you can just run the zip file. Open the zip file and double click, it will open that shell. Okay. See, all these things are available as separate components as well. Shell is a separate component. Workbench also separate component. I think many of you downloaded this workbench, right? Some of you must have downloaded this workbench. You should have downloaded this installer, but that's fine. So if you have some components missing, download them. Doesn't matter for now, so don't bother. It's good to have shell, because I'll run one or two commands inside shell also, because you might have to do that, and you might face a requirement how to. Sorry, I'm not getting my voice. So you might have a requirement to use shell. So at that time, you should not wonder how to open shell. Fine. Okay. So for the example databases, so you can see if you search for example databases MySQL, you will get other MySQL documentation. You will get a link here. Don't visit any other website other than mysql.com. Okay. So there, if you see at the bottom, there is this employee data world, like that. So many databases are there. We are interested only in this world database. Okay. So download this thing and keep it. When we use it, I'll tell you how to import this. So this is the link. I'll just paste it in air for sure. For that world database. Just download the zip file. I'll tell you how to run that later. Yes. It says that your password is not correct. You have to uninstall and reinstall everything. You cannot get the password for the admin out. So what you have to do is you have to uninstall everything, and you have to delete some files, because even if you uninstall and reinstall, it will ask for the same password. Okay. So you have to uninstall, remove some configuration files that are left behind that contains that password. Then only it will install as if it's from scratch. You understand what I'm saying? So what you do is so I don't know what location you have installed it. You uninstall it, delete this. After uninstalling, there is one folder. There will be one folder called MySQL. Delete that folder. Wherever there is a folder called MySQL, go and delete that. That will ensure that all these locations where potential password could have been saved is gone. Then do a reinstallation. Uninstall, delete folder, reinstallation. Okay. And I don't know what your location of installation is, so check that. So I just open C/program files. Okay. Yes. Okay, கொடுங்க அவ்வளவுதான். இதுக்கு ஏதாவது பேர் வச்சுக்கோங்க. இங்க ஏதாவது பேர் அடிங்க. ஏதாவது நியூ கனெக்ஷன் அது மாதிரி ஏதாவது வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஓகே கொடுங்க. ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க அது. அவ்வளவுதான். அதான் இன்னும் ஆர்டர் பண்ணல எதுவும் நம்ம. எஸ். Zip. Anything is fine. Both are similar files only. Okay. So I'll just do everything from scratch. So before we begin, okay. So DBMS stands for, yes, Database Management System, and it's a piece of software that has several parts inside it. So it has several parts inside it. One is there is a server, and then there is, say in this case of MySQL, there is a workbench, and that server has databases. So databases are like Excel tables for all practical reasons for this. I mean, for this, because we are currently going to talk about relational databases only. We are not interested in other types of databases. So relational databases are similar to Excel tables. Tables means you will have columns, you will have rows. That's it. Two-dimensional structure. Okay. So we are interested. We are interested in relational databases at this point in time. We are not interested in other types of databases. There are so many types of databases like graph databases, tree databases, column databases, document databases, like that. So many different types of databases are there. This 1 week is not, we are not going to bother about the other types of databases. We are interested for this week for relational databases, and this relational databases are nothing but tables. Information is stored in the form of tables. A collection of several tables, T1, T2, T3, is called a database. Okay. A database is nothing but a collection of tables, a lot of tables. You can think of this like a worksheet is collection of several workbooks, right? In Excel. Same way, a database is a collection of several tables. Not only tables, so many other components are there, like triggers, views, functions, stored procedures, events. So many things are along with tables. There are other components to databases as well. Okay. So for simple aspect, we'll just call this as database is a collection of tables. But along with tables, there are other components to a database as well. Okay. So so this database management system is a collection of all of these things I wrote here, right? Certain software I wrote here, list of software that is bundled together as the MySQL installation. So this workbench and shell is responsible for connecting to the server, and the server is responsible for maintaining the database basically. So without any of this, you cannot access the database. So without shell and workbench also, you can access the server through a connector. Okay. So you can access the server through workbench shell connectors. So for example, if you want to type your query here, you will use workbench. If you want to type your query in a command line environment, you have to use shell. If you want to use, say, Python or any other tool to connect to the server, you will use connectors. So server is our most important thing, but we need to talk to the server somehow, right? So for talking to the server only, we are using these tools, workbench, shell, connectors. Ignore what are routers and all for now, it doesn't matter. There are so many components underneath this. I'm just making a very simplified outlook here. Fine. So if you look at modern civilization, so two things are powering modern civilization. One is obviously internet, and another is databases. Because if we don't have databases, then there's no point in connecting to anything, right? If we have to connect to something, we have to take something from that location. If there is nothing stored, if there is no video to watch in YouTube, you will never go to YouTube, right? So you need databases. So you cannot escape this concept of databases in any domain. Forget about just data science or anything. Think of this databases and Excel even as a more universal concept that is applicable everywhere. Core industry, IT industry, every industry makes use of databases. So this is and Excel. So think of all of these things as a very generalized topic that is applicable everywhere. Okay, not just specifically to data. Of course, our queries will be more analytical. That's where we will be focusing on, but topic as such is applicable everywhere. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about, relational databases. Relational databases are the databases that have tables in them. Okay. Tables as in with rows and columns. So you can see that this looks just like an Excel table. So the rows, here we don't call it rows and columns, here we call it records. Records, the rows are called records and the columns are called attributes or fields. Okay. The rows of a table are called records, columns are called attributes or fields. So a row is also called a tuple. Okay. So note this one out as well. Rows are also called tuples. Some people call it as tuple. So whatever you want, you do that. So column is an attribute. So this is a row and this is a column. Okay. So we talked about what is row, records, tuples, what is column, attributes, fields. Then there is something called keys. So if you have just installed the workbench, you will not even have the server. So if the guys, for some of you have just installed the workbench, I don't think you will even have the server. So you might have to download the installer and be ready and run it. Download the full MySQL installer and run it. Because you might not even be having the server. Just the workbench. You cannot do anything with the workbench. So run the full MySQL installer at the bottom of the screen and run it once and do a full installation. This one, this installer I'm talking about. Run the entire installer so that you get a bunch of components. We are using the free community version. There is an enterprise version of MySQL that is not free. So ensure that you are downloading the community version. Community version is the one that is free. It has some limitations, but it is free. Yes. Go there. That one. MySQL installer for Windows. Download the installer, run it. Yes. Which zip file? Example DVs. I will tell you. I'll tell you later. When we start using it, I'll tell you. Which one? I'll tell you. I'll tell everybody. At the time, I'll tell you. Just download it and keep it for that world database. I'll tell you. When we come to that point, I'll tell you, all of you. Okay. So let's complete the theory first. Once we complete the theory, it will be useful for us. So we talked about what is RDBMS, tables, databases. Next, we talked about what is rows, columns. Next, we'll talk about something called keys. So don't bother about this too much. If you don't understand this one right now, also don't bother, because we will do demo of this, you will understand properly. Okay, so don't bother about the full understanding right now, because we'll do a demo of all of these keys. Not all of them, because some of them are just conceptual in nature. So there is something called candidate keys. So first of all, keys. What are keys? So key is something that is used to identify a record in a table. Key is something that is used to identify a record in a table. Okay. So if you have millions of records, how do you identify a particular record and get it out? Using keys. So for example, let's say that you have a student database containing, so listen to this theory. See, I'm saying this again and again. SQL is 99% theory. The query is very, very, very trivial in nature, I'm telling you. So the query anybody can write. SQL and even Excel and anything that you learn in any advanced course is actually theoretical. It's not like you learn a couple of examples, you will not be able to master anything. So listen to the theory, don't skip theories. Because the query syntax itself is very short in SQL. It's not like you can write different combinations of several things. It's a very short query. So the syntax is very short. It's not very difficult, but the theory is very difficult here. So listen to the theory. So if you have a student database, a table, not database, student table, and let's say that you have roll number, okay, name, okay, email, okay, PAN card or Aadhaar number, whatever, some government ID. Okay. So what are all the ways in which I can uniquely identify one student? Yes. Anything else? Yes. Any government ID, basically, right? So these are all what are called candidate keys to identify a row in a table. Okay, so I can identify a student by any one of this. No student, two students are not going to have same email. No two students are going to have same roll number. So this is what is called candidate keys. Okay, but in a database table, we will choose one to hand. So you will not usually find the people writing their email addresses in their answers, right? So the college chooses a particular key to act as a unique identifier. Even though there are multiple unique identifiers, that unique identifier, say, let's take, I choose roll number to be the unique identifier. That will be the primary key. Among the several candidates, I am choosing one. That's called primary key. So these two are the alternate keys. The ones that are not chosen as the primary key are our alternate keys. Okay, so this entire thing is our candidate key, candidates for keys. Roll number I chose as the primary key. Remaining two are called alternate or secondary keys. Okay. Then this foreign key, unique key. So we talked about these three keys, right? Alternate keys. So there's candidate keys, primary key, alternate key. Then there is something called foreign keys. So in what are foreign keys used for is, say for example, say there is a column called course ID in the student table. Let's say that there is a column called course ID. Say C1, C2, C1, C2, C2. These are the courses that are available. Let's say 5 students have taken up some courses. How do I know? See, only course ID is present in the course student table. Imagine that there is another table called course. Imagine that there is another table called course, and here course ID, course name is there. So C1 is IT, C2 computer science, C3 mechanical something. So how do I identify student with roll number say 001, what course he is studying? I have to find out by going to another table and look up that C1 is IT. Okay. So you might ask, why can't I just store that information here itself? Because the course will have so many additional information associated with it. If I store all the information here, this table will become very big unnecessarily. Okay, so that's why I'm storing the course in a separate table. So I have to find what course this guy has taken. That information is not present here. The name is not present. ID is only present. Name is not present. So I have to look up some other table and get this information back. Okay. So these are what are called foreign keys. That is, they are not key for this table, they are key for some other table. Okay, so usually what we'll do, we'll use keys to identify the row in the same table, right? But this one is used to identify a row in some other table. That's why it's called a foreign key. So if you see, the foreign key is repeating here, but it is not repeating here. So usually a foreign key in one table will be referring to a primary key in another table. Usually, that's need not be the case all the time. Foreign key in one table will be referring to primary key in another table. Okay, that's basically what is called a foreign key. So basically, If a key is used to identify a unique row in another table, it's a foreign key. If it is used to identify a unique row in the same table, it is primary key. Okay. So we'll not be using this candidate keys, alternate keys as a terminology. They are just concepts. Okay. But these are the actual SQL terminologies that we will encounter: primary key, foreign key. So primary key is used to uniquely identify a row in the table. Foreign key is used to uniquely identify a row in some other foreign table. Okay, any doubts in this conceptually? Okay. Then there is something called unique key. Unique key means it's not going to help us identify. Yes, it is going to help us. So for example, let's take email, let's take phone number also. Phone number also is going to be unique among these, all of these things, right? So this unique key, so these are all can be considered as unique keys. Whatever is unique in this table, they are all unique keys. So primary key is also a unique key to some extent. Primary key should be unique, right? So these are all unique keys in a table. Everything that has no non-repetitive values is called a unique key. Okay. So it's not actually a key, but it helps us to ensures that the data does not repeat in a table. The only difference between a unique key and a primary key like this is that unique key sometimes can be null. It can be empty, but a primary key cannot be empty. So in this, imagine that a person does not have a mobile. It's possible that phone number is empty, right? But you cannot say the student cannot have roll number. Okay. So this concept of nulls come into the picture. We'll talk about this. So sometimes these unique keys can have null values, but primary keys cannot have null values. Primary keys cannot have null values. So you cannot have a student without a roll number, but you can have a student without a phone number. That's called a unique key. Unique as in they should not repeat, but nulls may be allowed. That null is actually a separate condition actually. Unique and not null is also allowed. You can tune that constraint. These are called constraints actually. These things come under a topic called constraints. We'll talk about this in the demo. So we can toggle this off. We can make this null. We can also make this not null. So technically unique with not null is what is called a primary key. It has to be unique, and if not null values are not allowed at all, then only it becomes a primary key. Okay, so we'll talk about this in the demo. This entire thing comes under the topic of constraints. So you can read all of this. Same thing is what I said. If you have any doubts, you ask me. So they're talking about this concept called instance. The data stored terminologies, just remember, the data stored in a database at a particular moment of time is called instance. Okay. So at one particular time, say for example 26/8/2024 morning 9:45, this is the instance of this database. Okay. So somebody is adding 1000 rows. So at the instance, earlier there were 10,000 rows. Somebody added some 1000 rows in the table. Now it has become 11,000 rows. This is just a terminology. Just remember, instance means time. It has got something to do with time. Remember this. Instance has got something to do with time. So this is useful for backing up the database, referring to a particular point in time in a database and all that. Now, we have seen what is DBMS, what is relational DBMS. Then we talked about some keys, some concept of rows, columns. Next, we'll have to talk about something called SQL. Now, what is the SQL? So, SQL is a language that you use to interact with your server. SQL server. SQL is a language that you use to interact with your server. Structured querying language. Is a language that you use to interact with your server. So we know that we are going to interact with the server using workbench, shell, and connector, right? So in the workbench, you have to type SQL and execute it. The workbench will take it to the server. Server will give us some answer. The workbench will display that. So workbench is basically a GUI for the server's answer and for a way for you to type some queries into the server. Okay. So SQL is a language which is used to interact with the server. SQL is a language. And you might wonder, there are so many other DBMSs, right? Like, can you tell me a few database management systems that you have heard of? You must have heard of some randomly, right? Yes? No, AWS is not a database management system. See, we are using what? MySQL. Okay. Have you heard of anything else similar to these? What? MongoDB. Okay. Microsoft SQL Server is there. Oracle is there. Then NoSQL is a type of thing. That's not a software asset. Sorry? R is a language like Python. Cassandra, Neo4j, Redis, Postgres. Like this, there are so many. Google's BigQuery, Amazon Redshift, IBM, so many data. Yes. So like this, so many, these are all so many tools. These are all so many DBMSs. They are not all RDBMSs, but they are DBMSs. Okay. In this is RDBMS. You can to some extent say this is RDBMS. To some extent, this is RDBMS. This is RDBMS. These are all different DB. These are NoSQL DBs. You guys, some of you said NoSQL, right? MongoDB, Neo4j, Cassandra. These are all NoSQL DBs. That is, they don't have any structure. I mean, that's a big topic that you guys can extend yourself. But these are some DBMSs. Okay, so like this, so many tools are available. Hundreds and thousands of tools are available. These are some of the most popular tools. So the BigQuery is the cloud one, Google Cloud. This one is in Google Cloud, but these are all you can install and run in your own PCs. Okay. So we are going to talk about MySQL as a database management system. But you might encounter other DBMSs also. Just don't say that you don't know the other DBMSs, especially relational DBMSs. The syntax is more or less like, I would say, if I have to guess, around 60 to 80% similar. Between you learn MySQL, somebody asks you to gives you a Postgres and asks you to type code in that, you can assume there is a 60% similarity in syntax. What I am trying to say is, SQL is not like Python. You learn Python, you type Python everywhere, it's the same Python only. But SQL is not like that. SQL is more like a standard. It's a language only, but it is a language standard. So SQL and MySQL will have a different syntax. The same SQL and Postgres will have a different syntax with minor changes, not extremely different, but certain things that work here will not work here, and vice versa. So just don't think SQL is one language. You can just copy paste from this to this and it will run perfectly. No, it will not. Okay, there is a difference. I would say similarity around 60%, 40% you have to figure out what is the difference. So SQL is not a it's a language, but it's not 100% compatible between all the DBMSs, database management system software. So take that into consideration. Okay. So like I said, similar to Excel's documentation. So there is this MySQL documentation that we will be referring to. So I would recommend that you bookmark this or something. So if you go to documentation, go to MySQL's website, documentation, there will be something called reference manual here. So bookmark this thing because we are going to use this heavily. The reason why I am using this documentation is because if you know how to read documentation here, you will be able to read documentation anywhere for any DBMS. And these DBMSs keep changing. So what you might learn on say one day, in 1 year from there, that thing may no longer work. Or something else might work. So you have to constantly refer to this reference manual. Okay. Now let's start with our concepts. Okay. So I'm going to open MySQL Workbench Community Edition CE. So once you open this, you will get a list of connections. Connections are nothing but, like I said, MySQL has to connect with the server. Otherwise, MySQL Workbench is useless. This is a GUI for you to talk to the server. Remember that you're chatting with somebody and that person you're chatting with is the server. So you have to establish a connection with their server. This is what is called a connection. So you click on this connection, double click. It will ask for your password. Here the password is saved internally. If you double click this, it will ask for a password. Input the password. You will get something called a query tab. These are all query tabs. So I'm going to close all of this. Okay. So you will encounter something called query tabs here. Here only you are going to write your queries. Queries means SQL queries, SQL queries. So file, new query tab. Will open a new query tab for you. And if you can see, these are all the databases present in my computer. So these are all ignore the other databases that are here. Ignore them. So these are the databases. Like I said, database is a collection of what? Tables, views, stored procedures, functions. But as a layman answer, you can just say a database is a collection of tables. But technically, there are so many other things. So HR is the database. It consists of several tables, several views, several stored procedures, several functions. Okay. So if I take this world database, it has got 3 tables. Okay. So and it does not have any views or anything. So don't worry. We can add views if you want, but default, but it doesn't have anything else. And if you look at each table, it has some columns, index, foreign keys, and triggers. Okay, so this is the organization that is done in MySQL Workbench. A database consists of several tables, views, stored procedures, functions, and a table consists of, actually these are not exhaustive, but whatever is written there I'm saying, it consists of course, attributes, columns, indexes, triggers are there, and then foreign keys. So primary keys will be, you will be able to see inside this columns itself. So don't ask me where did primary key go. All the keys you'll be able to see inside this columns itself. So this is a collection of this is what a database consists of. So for layman's, you can say a database is a collection of tables, but if you want, you can go technically and say a database is a collection of these tables, views, stored procedures, functions, and so many other things as well. Okay. So now we'll start with something very simple. Just type show databases. It's not case sensitive by default. It is not case sensitive by default. So you type it in capital letter, small letter is irrelevant. But you can make MySQL case sensitive as well. It's called collation. But for all practical reasons, let's say that MySQL right now is case insensitive. And a query has to be ended with a semicolon. Query has to be ended with a semicolon. You can write several queries here. So I'm writing two queries, both being the same, doesn't matter. So you can write multiple queries in this region. Listen to me carefully. If you want to run all the queries, if you want to run 2-3 queries at the same time, you click on this flash button. If you want to run the query where the mouse is present, pointer is present, mouse pointer as in the cursor. Cursor is present in only line number 1, right? If you want only the line number 1 to run, that corresponding query to run, then you have to click the second one. Okay. So this first flash button will run 2 queries. The second flash button with the cursor will run only the first query. So if I click this first flash button, you can see that I got 2 results. I got 2 results here. Whereas if I click the second, so let me just close these 2 results. If I click the first, this flash button, second flash button, I get only 1 result. So be very careful with this. I've seen, so I'm saying this again and again, still students will select a bunch of queries and then click this button and say the query is not running. It will run only 1 line. So don't confuse between the 2 ones. So the query, the shortcut, keyboard shortcut for doing this, the 2 flash buttons is Control Shift Enter for running the entire selection and Control Enter for running only where the cursor is present. Okay. So again, these shortcuts may change in the future. So Control Shift Enter. This will run a selection. It can be part of a query, more than 1 query also. Control plus Enter will run the query that is present on the cursor. It will run only 1 query that is present on the cursor, wherever the cursor is present. So please try this and check whether it is working for you. Is it running? You have not installed. You installed it. It's working. You have remembered the password, right? Okay, fine. Note it down somewhere. Yes. உங்களுக்கு ஓடுதா இப்போ? நீங்க ஒர்க் பெஞ்ச் மட்டும் இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணீங்களா? ஃபுல்லா தான் இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணீங்களா? இங்க இருக்கிறீங்களா? MySQL இது வந்து இந்த இடத்துல சர்வீசஸ்ல MySQL 18 இருக்குல்ல, இதை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி விடுறேன். இது ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்ல இருக்கணும். இது எப்படி மேனுவல் வந்துச்சுன்னு தெரியல. ஸோ வாட் ஐ வில் டு இஸ் சேஞ்ச் த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிஸ். இது இப்போதைக்கு ரன்னிங்ல இருக்கு. ஸோ லெட்ஸ் செக் வெதர் திஸ் query now runs. இதை க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுங்க. பாஸ்வேர்ட் போடுங்க. ம் எதுக்கு எரர்னு காமிக்குது? ம் ம் எஸ். என்ன வரல? ம் எல்லா queryயும் செமிகாலனோட முடிக்கணும். இப்போ ரன் பண்ணுங்க, வரும். நீங்க கனெக்ஷன் எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் பண்ணல. இங்க பாருங்க, கனெக்ஷனே எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் ஆகல. நோ கனெக்ஷன் எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ்னு வருது இல்லையா? வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க, எல்லாருக்கும் சேர்ந்து சொல்லிடுறேன். என்னது? அதான் வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க. சி it should say at the top connection as, அதாவது what I'm trying to say is you opened, many of you have opened MySQL, but the server, go to server and check the server status. Check whether the server is running. Is it running? For some of you are not getting these buttons, right? For them I'm asking, is this server running? Is it running? It said stopped. What is it saying here? What does it say in server status? I am asking. For the students who are not getting these buttons, what does it say here? Okay, let me just close this. என்னாச்சு? ஒர்க் பெஞ்ச் தான் ஓபன் பண்ணு. ஒர்க் பெஞ்ச். இப்போ கனெக்ட் ஆகி தானே இருக்கு. ரன்னிங்ல தான் இருக்கு. இப்போ ரன் பண்ணி பாருங்க, ஓடுதான்னு பாருங்க. ஷோ டேட்டா பேசஸ். உங்களுக்கு என்ன வந்துச்சு? இந்த சர்வர் ஓடல உங்களுக்கு. இதெல்லாம் ஹைட் பண்ணிடுங்க. சர்வர் ஸ்டாப்ட். எதுக்கு சர்வர் ஸ்டாப் ஆயிருக்குன்னு தெரியல. நீங்க சர்வரே இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ண மாதிரி தெரியலையே. சர்வர் கிரியேட் பண்ணி பாஸ்வேர்ட்லாம் செட் பண்ணாங்க. நீங்க சர்வரே இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணல. நீங்க என்ன பண்ணுங்க, அதான் சொன்னேன், நீங்க ஒர்க் பெஞ்ச் மட்டும் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, அப்படிதானே? இல்ல, யாராவது ஹெல்ப் பண்றீங்களா உங்களுக்கு? அந்த ஃபுல் இன்ஸ்டாலேஷன் பண்ணி கொடுத்துறீங்களா? நீங்க வெறும் ஒர்க் பெஞ்ச் மட்டும் தான் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஆமா, இது என்ன பண்ணுங்க, இந்த சாஃப்ட்வேர் அன்இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணுங்க. MySQL இன்ஸ்டாலர் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி ஃபுல் இன்ஸ்டாலேஷன் பண்ணிடுங்க. நீங்க வெறும் இந்த இது மட்டும் தான் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. இது கூட இன்னொன்னு சில சாஃப்ட்வேர்லாம் இருக்கு, தட் யூ ஹவ் நாட் டன். ஸோ அதை இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணுங்க. சரியா? ம். அந்த இடத்துல டேப் ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. அது அன்கனெக்டட். அதை க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுங்க. க்ளோஸ் த நெக்ஸ்ட் அன்கனெக்டட். எது கனெக்ஷன்? இதான கனெக்ஷன். அங்க டைப் பண்ணுங்க. அங்க போய் நியூ, அங்க அங்க ஓபன் பண்ணக்கூடாது டேப். நியூ query டேப், இங்க ஃபைல், நியூ query டேப். இதுல டைப் பண்ணுங்க, கரெக்டா வரும். எஸ். So just restart your device. All these things will close. Then try deleting it. Okay. சர்வர்லாம் இருக்கா? ஆனா சர்வீஸே ரெஜிஸ்டர் ஆகலையே. See, what I'm saying is, see, everybody listen. If you go to the run dialog and you type services.msc, you should get something called MySQL 80 here. Go to services.msc. Now check once whether it is there for him. I might have missed. Go to services.msc inside the run dialog box, and then check whether this server is in running, and it should be set to automatic. For some of you it's set to manual. That means every time you open your computer you have to right click and start this server. Is it present for him? No, right? That's why I'm asking you to reinstall. Somewhere something has gone wrong. Okay. So you accidentally, if your server crashes or something, you can go here, right click this and select start. In the future, if something happens, system crashes, server suddenly stops working, you can right click, stop the server and start the server back. Okay. So this is all the services that are running in this computer, and the server is also a service that is running in the background. Okay. Okay. So coming back to this, So show databases gives you a list of databases present in this computer, in this server. So these are all the list of databases. Fine. So amongst these, listen to this. Amongst these databases, at any point in time, you can operate on one database only. Okay. So you have to select that database. So you can select that database in two ways. So you cannot operate on 2-3 databases at the same time. I'm talking at one instance of time. Okay. So you can read from one database only at one. See, you can read from multiple databases. I'm not saying it is not possible, but there is this concept called so for example, I don't know how to say this, but let's say that you write something like this: select all from student. This is a query that takes all rows from the table student. Now, where will MySQL look for the student table? There are so many databases, right? There are 6 databases here. Which database will MySQL look for the table student? It will look for it in the database that you have selected right now. Okay, I'm not saying you cannot operate from multiple databases, but I'm saying if you just write the table name and not the database name, that is the correct way of doing it is say class dot student. So here class is the database and student is the table. So if you write like this, no problem. But if you just write student, where will this DBMS search for the student table? In the database that is currently selected. And the database that is currently selected is marked in bold here. HR is the one that is selected here. So you can change the selection by double clicking, say somewhere over here. You double click, now world is selected. Now class is selected. Double click. Okay. Or you can use this query, use world. Run this and now refresh this button. Refresh button is here. Now you see that world is highlighted. Okay. So you can either double click on the left side or you can say use world. Okay. So I'm not saying you cannot access multiple databases. I'm saying that if you don't provide the database name, the table will be looked in the last selected database. Okay. Yes. Yes. No, the student table can be, are you asking me whether a table name should be unique? Within a database, yes. Yes, yes. That is what I'm saying. You have to use the database identifier here. If you don't do that, this will be taken from whatever database that is in use right now. Okay, fine. So this is use statement. So there are some common statements like this show and use. We will see them one by one. Show databases lists all the databases. Use will help us to select a database. And the comments in SQL, you can use 2 hyphens. So this comment will not execute. If you run this, nothing will happen. So this is a comment. Okay, these are ways to comment. Ensure that there is a space. These are called single line comments. If you want multiple line comments, This is multi-line comment. You can close and open this. So comments are not executed. Install ஆயிட்டு இருக்கா? ஒரே நிமிஷம் சொல்லுங்க. No, world is not there for you, right? Yes, I'll come to that. How to install that world, I'll come to that. Yes. Administrator access ஓட ரன் பண்றீங்களா நீங்க? ரைட் கிளிக் ரன் as administratorனு கொடுங்க. இத கிளாஸ் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிடுங்க. அந்த இன்ஸ்டாலர் ஃபைல் எங்க இருக்கு? ரைட் கிளிக் ரன் as administrator, show more options கொடுங்க. ரன் as administrator ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கா? வேற ஆப்ஷனே இல்லையா? ரீட் பண்றதுக்கு ரைட் பண்றதுக்கு அந்த டேபிள், அந்த டேபிள்ல டேட்டா ஏத்துறதுக்கு டேட்டா எடுக்கிறதுக்கு வெளியே. அது நிறைய பிவட் டேபிள் எல்லாமே பண்ணிக்கலாம். எக்ஸல், ஆமா எக்ஸல் சீக்வல்ல தான் சொல்றேன். எக்ஸல் மாதிரியே அந்த டேட்டாவை ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம் ஃபர்தரா. ஓகே, ரன் as அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேட்டர் ஆப்ஷன் வரல. எஸ் கொடுங்க. அடுத்த ஸ்கிரீன் வரும்போது சொல்லுங்க. See for என்னது? This database you are not having, right? So for the students who are not having this database, I'll tell you, listen, you downloaded that zip file, right? From that location that I showed you. Where is that? So from this location, which I will also paste here. I think I pasted that already. So here, download this zip file. Inside the zip file, there will be one .sql file, which is nothing but a query file. It's a notepad file only. Okay. What you do is, you open this inside Workbench file, open SQL script. There is something called open SQL script. Open this file, SQL file inside SQL Workbench. I can also drag and drop it. So you will get something like this. You will get something like this. Just press Ctrl A. Press Ctrl A to select everything and click on this flash button. I'll do this. I'm going to manually drop this database for sake of everybody else. I also don't have this world database. Ctrl A, flash button. So it will take some time. It is spinning at the top. Don't do anything. Now refresh it. You will get the world database. Okay. Andarsha. பாத்தீங்கன்னா நீங்க வந்து எதையுமே இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணல. ஒர்க் பெஞ்ச், சாம்பிள்ஸ், டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் தான் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. எல்லாத்தையுமே நம்ம இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணணும். வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க. ஒரு டைம்ல பாஸ்வேர்ட் செட் பண்ண சொல்லும். செட் a simple password and remember it. Have all of you gotten the world database now? What happened? இது டாக்குமெண்டேஷன். என்ன வேணும் உங்களுக்கு? அது நான் லிங்க் பேஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்கேன் இதுல வேர் ஃபார் ஷேர்ல முன்னாடி பேஸ்ட் பண்ணி. Download the zip file. Inside the zip file, there is one SQL file, .sql file. Inside the zip file, there will be one SQL file. Inside the zip file, there will be one SQL file. Open that SQL file by dragging it and dropping it inside this workbench. Just drag it and drop it here. Then press Ctrl A, click on the flash button. That is all. Yes. In fact, this is others also, please listen to this because you will get databases in this format only. Yes. See, you are opening a new connection. You don't want to open this in a new connection. This is not a connection, right? This is the only thing that is connected. Open it in a new query tab here. Where is that file? So you have extracted it here or you have not extracted it. Just drag it and put it inside this. Why is this not fine? Let me just extract this to downloads. So the file is here. Go to File, open SQL script, select this that is present in downloads. Now Ctrl A, click on this flash button and wait. I don't know. It was working there. Yes. You are not. Yeah, you also open. See. Many of you are opening it in another connection which is not connected to the server. This is the instance that is connected, right? You open it as one tab here, not one tab over there. Show your system. See, you don't need all of this. You have to go here. This is where the connection is there, right? Where is the file? Again, for you also, it's not working. So just extract the file. This is zip file, right? Extract it. Now the file is here. Even this file may not work, I think, for you. I don't know why. Yeah, now it is opening. Now Control A, click on the flash button. Sorry. Anybody else? You've gotten? No, try installing and see if it asks for the password once again. See what happens and proceed further. If still that is not working, what you do this time, you change the installation location somewhere else. Another drive, maybe another location, the same drive, something like that. Try that and let me know. Sometimes it happens like that. It executes line by line only. It just is very slow. It executes line by line only. Around 5,356 lines it has executed. Yes. பரவாயில்ல இப்போ ஒர்க் பெஞ்ச் ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. பாஸ்வேர்ட் கொடுங்க. ஓகே கொடுங்க. இப்போ ரன் பண்ணுங்க எல்லாம் வரும். Yes. என்னாச்சு? இதை எக்ஸ்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணுங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வெளிய. எங்க பண்ணுங்க வெளிய. அந்த ஃபைலை மட்டும் எக்ஸ்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணுங்க. இந்த ஃபைலை மட்டும் எடுத்து வெளியே போடுங்க. காப்பி பண்ணி எடுத்து இங்க டவுன்லோட்ஸ்லயே போடுங்க அப்படியே. பேஸ்ட். கண்ட்ரோல் வி. பேஸ்ட் 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 பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? ஓகே, பேஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டீங்க. இப்போ என்ன பண்ணுங்க, எங்க இருக்கு அந்த ஃபைலு? எஸ், ஃபைல்ல I told you guys to enable file extensions. So this is the SQL file. இதை எடுத்து இல்லாட்டி இங்க drag எல்லாம் பண்ண வேணாம் அப்படின்னா go to file, open query tab வேணா, open SQL script and select this file. Now run it. Control A and press this flash button. Okay. So use the same procedure for any database that you want to import. In fact, that is how I got this HR, classic models, class and all those things. So any database you can create from scratch also, but usually databases are given to somebody else in the form of SQL files, scripts. You just run the script, you will get the database. Fine. So I hope there is no confusion left in this. Okay. So I hope now all of you have understood basics of commenting. Now the next step is, let's say that I have said use world, right? Now I want to open this. See, the world has 3 tables. So how do I see what are all tables present in world? So I can say show tables. These 3 are the tables present in this world database. Show tables. So let's say I want to find out all the records from the city table. I can say select all from city. So this will give me all the rows from the city table. One by one execute it and check. Control enter. So we saw what are all databases, then we selected a database, then we opened what are all tables that are present in that database. Then we are opening the table and we are seeing what are all the entries that are present in that table. Each query should end with a semicolon. So keep this in your mind very carefully. Okay. So these are our SQL queries. These are all our SQL queries. They change from DBMS to DBMS. Now you want to find out what are all things that you can show. So there I said show databases. Here I said show tables, right? So what are all the options that come after show? You can do that by pressing control space. So control and space bar will give me a list of options that I can write after that show statement. So don't use this. There are so many bugs inside this. So, but I'm just giving you this as a way to figure things out at the initial stages. Control and space bar. So say for example, show warnings or show triggers, something like that. Say I say show triggers. It will say there's no trigger in this world database because there's no trigger, right? I did not define any trigger. So this is how you use. So let's say I can say show columns from city. So this will give me a list of columns present in city: name, country code, district, population. So you can use this. You don't see there are like hundreds and thousands of syntax here. So you should be able to use these kinds of shortcuts to figure this out. So second place is you look at the syntax of show inside documentation. One is you can figure it out by pressing control spacebar and see what are all options there. Again, I'm saying the options that come out of here may have some errors in them. The best way is go to the documentation. I bookmarked it. Where did I bookmark it? Here or here? Yeah, I bookmarked it here. So here I can search for show. So see, it says show statements. So these are the so many show statements that are present in this. So if you want a detailed explanation of what each show statement is doing, you can use this. See, we used something called show databases, right? So I'm clicking on that. It is telling me the exact clear instructions on how this is working and what I should do. So you cannot avoid reading documentation. I'm telling this to you. You cannot just read a book. See, the problem is books become outdated by the time a book starts to get printed, and by the time it prints, that technology becomes obsolete. That is the way in which the world is moving. So feel free to read the documentations. See, another alias for databases is schemas. So I can say source schemas as well. It will still work. Okay. So you have to read this documentation. So become comfortable in reading documentation. So there is a pattern matching. Like Excel, we have on Excel, we have wildcards, right? Similarly, here we have some pattern matching. We'll see all those things later. But what I'm saying is, be very okay with reading your documentation. So fine. Coming back to workbench. Okay, so let's create our own database. So for that, we need to learn something called DDL statements. Data definition language. So what is this data definition language? A data definition language is the SQL. It's SQL only. It's not like a separate language. It's a part of SQL which is used to alter or modify the structure of a table or a database. So in SQL's own words, so for all practical reasons, you guys read the slides that are given. anything. So what is a data definition language? Anything that affects the schema or anything that affects the schema or the structure, you can say. Anything that affects the schema or the structure. Now, what do I mean by anything that affects the structure or the schema of a table? So, for example, so listen to this carefully. Let's say I have a table like this. Let's say that I have a table like this. The table has student table. Student is the name, right? Name of the table. Roll number, name, let's say age. Let's take three simple columns like this. Say 001 Bob, age 20, 002. Imagine this is the table. Anything that affects the structure of the table. This one, this one, this one, this one. Anything that affects the structure of the table comes under DDL. So if I want to change the name of the student table to something else, it comes under DDL statement. If you want to change the roll number, roll to roll number, it comes under DDL. Anything that affects the content of a table. I want to change this 001 to 005. These things come under, if I want to modify this part, these things come under DML, data manipulation language. If I want to change the if I do an operation that affects the schema means the structure itself. Let's say this is a table inside class database. Anything that affects the structure is DDL. Anything that affects the content of a table is DML. This distinction is very important. So if I want to change the name from Bob to something else, change the age from 20 to 25, I have to go to DML statements. If I have to change any of this, I have to go to DDL statements. So this distinction is very important. Anything that affects the schema. So if you read in the documentation, they have given so many very complex example here. So that's why I wrote it in a very simple way for you to understand. See, whatever modifies the schema is a DDL statement. Fine. So what are all the DDL statements present in MySQL? So I'm going to data definition statements. So there is something called SQL statements on the left hand side. Data definition statements. These are all the data definition statements. Data definition language. So it consists of 5 main broad categories. One is alter, create, drop, truncate and rename. These 5 come under data definition statements. Like I said, there are so many create, so many alter, so many drop. As you can see over here. But these come under data definition language. Data definition. These affect the schema. So using this, let's first create a database ourselves. So I'm going to say create database. Let's create our own database. Let's call this college. Some random database, it doesn't matter. So let's run this. So now refresh it. You should see one database called college here. You can create anything you want. Let's create. So I've created a database here. Then what should I type in order to select this college? Use college. So I can see that college is selected. Sometimes it refreshes automatically. Sometimes if it doesn't refresh, you click this refresh button. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, automatic changes there. So inside this college database, let's create one table called as student. Okay. So let me just see in what ways they have done it. So they have done only create database. Okay, first let's not go into, okay. Fine. So we have created a database. Now let's create one table inside this database called student with those three column names. So create table. So since I have used college, if I create a table, where it will get created? College. So if I don't do that, this will ask me a question. You have not selected, where do you want me to paste things? Create table student. And this is the syntax. You can refer to the syntax here. You go to create table. So this is the syntax for create table. It's a big syntax. We are not going to use all of these options here, but I'm just showing this to you to let you know that it's not a simple syntax. You have these many options when you create a table. Okay, these many options for a simple create table statement. So we are not doing an exhaustive thing here, but just I want you, that's why I said you cannot escape documentation here. Fine. So I'm going to do it in a very simple manner. Create table student. Then I'm going to say a bunch of, I cannot create a table without specifying what columns there are present. So I'll just say roll number. I have to tell the data type. So I'll just call this as int, okay. Ignore this int and all that, I'll tell you about this later. And next is name. Let's call this as text. Yes, you can use varchar also, it's fine. And age, let's say int. These things are called data types, which I will talk about later, okay, don't bother. Right now it's all about create table statement. So I'm just creating a table with not much configuration, very simple configuration. Table containing student called student containing three numbers, three columns. Roll number, name, age. See, one thing that many students get confused is they think that whether I should save this. This is just a notepad file. Whatever you run is automatically saved. You don't have to save this notepad file. Many people think that if I save this file only, all the changes will be present there. That's not the case. Whatever you run is saved. You can delete this also later. Whatever you do there is permanent. You don't have to save this file. For reference, you can save this file. That's up to you. But I'm just saying this is not like Excel where you press Control save and then only everything changes. Everything is auto committed by default. Everything is whatever you type here is auto committed. That means everything is permanent. So you cannot just drop a table or drop a college database and press Control Z, and that database will come back. It will not come back. Okay, so don't try Control S, Control Z here. That will only be useful for editing this piece of text. Nothing will change in that table. Everything you do is permanent. Okay, so let's run this and then refresh. You will see that there is a student table inside. You can see roll number, name, age. You can also type show columns from student. So this will give you the same information. You can also type describe student. If you feel show columns from student is a little bit too much, you can say describe student. Are all of you getting this table? Yes. See, you've already created this, right? It says you've already created. ஒரு student table ஒரு தடவை தான் create பண்ண முடியும். If you run this again and again, it says student already exists. So it has done. Just check whether student table is here. It's there, right? Open this. Open here. இங்க click பண்ணுங்க. Student இருக்குல்ல. So there are three places that I want you guys to pay attention. One is where you write your code, where you view the answer. So this is the schema. This is the result set. There is also one more place that I want you to see. That is your output. So if you see over here, these three places I want you to see. This 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 places I want you to see. So whenever you run a query, this will tell you whether that query is successfully executed or not. So read what it says. So if you execute this create table student one more time, it will not run because it already exists. It will say error. There will be an error instead of this green color symbol. There will be an error saying this database student table already exists in the database. So I cannot show all this at the same time. So I will pay more attention here. But if you are not, this is how you know whether your queries are executed or not. Okay. So this button will toggle this error, this output. This button will toggle the output. This is the result set. This is called a result set. You can close this. This will be the output. Whatever, whether it's successful or not, it will be shown action output, it says. Okay, fine. So like I said, you cannot run everything more than once. So if you now run create database college, it will run. Will it run for me? Yes. Will it run? It's already present, right? So it will throw an error. See, can't create database college. It already exists. Yes. பண்ணிட்டீங்கல்ல அவ்வளவுதானே. இல்ல அது நீங்க திருப்பி ரன் பண்ணிருக்காங்க அவங்க. ஆல்ரெடி இங்கெல்லாம் கிரியேட் பண்ணது. Okay, fine. So I hope you are now familiar how to create a table, how inside a database. Okay, how to navigate through this interface. So that is clear. And you also learned what is DDL statement. We have seen an example for create. So we have seen create database and create table. Okay, two DDL statements we have seen. Next, before we go for a break, we'll just drop this database and leave. So now drop is permanent. Drop means just completely drop the database, as in wipe out the database. Drop database college. So this will drop not only the database, but all the tables inside the database as well. Just run this. Again, many of you are just running this several times. Don't run this several times. Whatever you do is permanent. Okay, so it says one row is affected. So now you can see that the college database is also gone. So go for a break. We'll come back and discuss the other things. So seen drop database. Yes. என்னாச்சு என்னாச்சு ம் நீங்க எங்க கர்சரை கிளிக் பண்ணிட்டு எங்க கிளிக் பண்றீங்கன்றத தெளிவா பார்க்கணும். கர்சர் இங்க வச்சுட்டு கிளிக் பண்ணீங்கன்னா இந்த லைன் தான் ரன் ஆகும். நீங்க இந்த லைன் ரன் பண்ணனா கர்சர் அங்க இருக்கணும். ஆமா, அங்க இருக்கணும் கர்சர். கண்ட்ரோல் என்டர் கொடுக்குறீங்க அப்படின்னா புரியுதுல சொல்றது? போட்டு காட்டு. Okay. Our next topic will be data types. So if you look at the documentation and the data type section, you will notice that there are several data types present here. So there is broadly speaking numeric, string, spatial, JSON, date and time, broadly speaking. So if you look at the numeric types, you have integer types, fixed point types, floating point types. And then you have, there is Boolean, bit, and broadly speaking for numeric data types. So amongst this integer data types, further you have small int, tiny int, big int. The numeric can also be further classified into exact value and approximate value. So this int, this int is an exact value type. I'll tell you what is meant by exact value and approximate value. So I'm just reading from the documentation, okay? I'm not looking at your slides because they are not fully exhaustive. So you can see that tiny int has 1 byte, small has 2 bytes, medium has 3 bytes, int has 4 bytes, big int has 8 bytes. So the choice of your integer will determine how much of value you can store inside this. So tiny int you can store only a small amount of value, big int you can store a larger value. So you can see that we can refer to this table, but you can do this calculation yourself. So for example, this is what many people fail under SQL, because I'm telling you this, these topics are very important. So for example, say 1 byte, let's say you choose tiny int. 1 byte is how many bits? 8 bits. 1 byte is 8 bits, right? You must have, this is basic computer science. How much is 1 kilobyte? 1024. 1 megabyte is 1024 kilobyte, 1 gigabyte is 1024 meg. You know the progression, terabyte and all those things. So 1 byte is 8 bit. So if you look at this, 8 bit means, you know decimal number system, binary number system, right? So 8 bits of memory is available for you to store your number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 bits are available for tiny int. I'm saying 1 byte is tiny int, right? So how many numbers can you store in this? If it is, so in this itself there is two. One is signed, another is unsigned. Difference is that in signed, unsigned, In case of signed, the first cell, the first bit is used to determine whether it is a positive number or not. In case of unsigned, this in case of unsigned, listen to this. This also can be used to store one bit. So that's why signed will take you can take only less number of numbers. Unsigned will take a little bit more. The first bit out of this 8 bits, in case of signed means what? Plus 20, minus 25. This is signed. We just write 20. This is unsigned. You cannot do minus 20 here. It will not work. There is no sign for unsigned. So in case, so how many? So there are only for signed. How many bits are now available for storing? 1 bit is for storing sign. Remaining 7. So how many? What are the range? How many characters from what to what can I store? So it is 2 power 7, right? 2 power 7 is what? 2 power 7, 2 power 3 is 8, 4 is 16, 5 is 32, 6 is 64, 7 is 128, 8 is 256. Just remember all of this. 2 power 8 is 256. So you can store 128, you can store numbers up to 128 only here. But if you see, you have to also store 0, right? So you can store from 0 to 127 on the positive side. On the negative side, you can store -1 to -128. 0 to 127 on the positive side for 1 bit integer. So are we getting 128 characters? 128 characters. So this is positive 128 characters. This is negative 128 characters. So that is what is mentioned in this table. Minimum value signed is -128. Maximum value signed is 127. So I can store from -128 to +127 for tiny int 1 byte. So if you want to just store age, which you can just choose tiny int, right? I mean, if a student's age is going to be what? It's not going to be above 100 anyway. It is not even going to be negative. So you can just directly go for tiny int unsigned. If it is unsigned, then I can directly store 2 power 8, right? Because there is no need to waste one bit for the sign. So I can store from 0 to 255. So 0 also has to be taken into consideration, right? So 0 to 255. Totally 256. 2 power 8 is 256 characters. 0 to 255 is 256 characters. 256 numbers I can store. So if you want to store age, you can use the data type tiny int unsigned. So your choice of data types matter because that is what determines the performance of your SQL server. You unnecessarily put big int for everything, this is an overkill for age, right? You want to store age. So don't unnecessarily do these kinds of things. Understand what is going on. Okay, so this is what is called signed and unsigned integers. So unsigned will not have one space for storing the sign. Signed will have one bit allocated for storing the sign. That's why there is a difference. So you can create this table, calculate this yourself, but you can use this table for reference. I just did the calculations for this part, tiny int alone, where for signed it is -128 to 127. For unsigned it is 0 to 255. Okay, so that is what they are saying there. You can extend this calculation for 2 byte, 3 byte, all those kinds of things. So you can just refer to this table. So these are all integer data types. So next data type is inside integer. The next data type is fixed point. So I told you numeric data type itself consists of 2 types. One is exact value and approximate value. Next, you have So it says integer is exact value. I'll tell you what is exact value later. So what is meant by exact value is that if I store the number 20, this number 20, when I read it back, I will get this exactly this number 20. I will not get 21 or 22. Whereas if there is something called approximate value, you can see approximate value. If I use approximate value types, which is floating point, integer is exact value. If I store 20, I will get back 20, but the situation becomes a problem. If I try to store 1999, lots of nines, if I try to exact, I might get 1.98 or or I might get 2. So this is what is called approximate data types. So usually what you should do is, wherever these kinds of rounding up should never be done, you should use exact value types. Wherever you find this rounding up is okay, you can use approximate value types. So exact value, approximate value. Fine. So I hope you are clear on integers. Next is fixed point types. So fixed point types are also exact value. That is, what you store is what you get. There can be rounding up here as well, but you can control that rounding up. You have some control in that roundup. So you get this decimal is what is, so this fixed point type is what is used in finance calculations. For finance kind of calculations, you want to store the NAV of a mutual fund, or you want to you want to store the stock's price at the end of the day, or you want to store the profit and loss statement of a company. So all these things you have to use fixed point data types only, because not everything can be integers, right? You need some decimal points also. So in that case, you have to use fixed point data types, which is exact value. Again, exact value, fixed point data types, exact value. So here under fixed point, you have something called decimal. So we talked about integers. We have something called decimal, and this decimal data type has some defaults, but this is the syntax for this. This decimal data type you have to declare with some precision and some scale. So for example, let's say I want to store the number 123.45. If I want to store this number, I have to call this as decimal. How many number of characters are present, letters are present here, numbers? That is called as precision. How many numbers are present? That is called precision. And how many numbers are behind the decimal place? That is called scale. This I already told you during Excel. So precision is the number of digits. Scale is this is precision, this is scale. Scale is the number of digits after the decimal point. So this is again exact value. That means it will do round off. So if you put 4, 5, 6, this will round off to 6. But you have the control of how many digits you are going to round off. It's not like this is not going to round off, but you have some control. So decimal. This is also a numeric data type. It is a fixed point. Point means there is a point here. That is why it is called a fixed point. And it is exact value. Consists of precision and scale. Okay. So for all practical reasons, we can just live with integer, decimal, float itself. You don't have to go to bit and all that, but I'll anyway talk about it. So this is fixed point. So please be careful. The choice of data type for a particular use case matters. We cannot just blindly use everything for everything else. So we'll do a demo of all of this, don't worry. I'll do until floating, because in your slides only 3 things have they have mentioned, decimal, float, that's all. They have not went into bit. So I will just try to finish up with this itself. Okay, so floating point data types. Floating point. This also contains decimal numbers. Float, it consists of 2 data types called float and double. Float and double are like similar to tiny int and big int. So it's in the floating point realm. So how tiny int has small space and big int has large space. Similarly, float has small space. Double is same as that, but large space. That is all. In fact, float has how many bytes? 4 byte precision, and double has 8 byte precision. So float has 4 bytes and this has 8 bytes. So it has double the memory of this float. So that is again floating point is approximate value. Floating point is approximate value. It's not exact value, it is approximate value. So let's do a demo of all of this. So let's create a student table once again, but this time let's be more specific. We have dropped the database as well, right? So create database college, but this time let's be specific. Roll number, let it be int, I don't care. Name, let it be text. So this age, what will be a better data type? Okay, tiny int, and then I can also say unsigned. Instead of just giving it as integer, I just made it tiny int unsigned. I'm not saying that you should use tiny int unsigned for. I dropped that database, right? Yes. Before we left for break, we dropped it. So I'm just recreating back from the database table, everything again. So, so I'm not saying that you should always use tiny int. Sometimes dates can go above 255 also, because imagine you want to store the age of historical buildings, which can be thousands of years. You want to store the age of one dinosaur relic that you found in fossil study. It can be 20,000 years as well. So apply your mind and do this. But I'm just doing this for one student, just for example. So don't always choose tiny int as age. So age can also take infinite values as well. For example case, I am giving you one something like this. That doesn't mean for all age you have to choose tiny int unsigned. So run this. Create database college. Of course, it's already created, right? So use college and then create this table. Okay. So now let's insert. So now that we have defined this table, let's describe the student. So you will notice that age has got tiny int unsigned in it. So now let's insert some values into this table and see what values are allowed and what is not allowed. So for inserting data into a table, we have to use DML statement. I told you, right? If you are trying to modify or insert content of a table, it comes under DML. Data manipulation language. Insert is a data manipulation language. Insert into student values. So you will get the hang of this. Okay, remember the syntax. And the first value is roll number, so I'll just give 1. Second value is name, so I'll just give Bob. Third value is, let's try -50. Will this run? I have given tiny int unsigned and I'm trying to give -50 as age. Will this run or not? No, it should not run, right? So let's run this. It says out of range for value column age at row 1. So -50 is not, it's not inserting -50. Why? Because I gave tiny int unsigned. So I am not able to insert -50. So let's try. So this is not running. So I'll just put this in comment. So let's try 20 something like that, and this will run. Okay. So now if you look at this table, select all from. So the select statement is a query statement. Okay, it's not DL or DML. Some people will put this under DML, but it's technically a querying statement. Select all from student. So now you will see this roll number 1, Bob, age 20. Yes. Who called? No database selected, it says, right? So did you run use college? No, see, it has not run. The last thing that you have run is create database college. Then you have not run use college. Then it says very clearly no database selected. See, nothing is selected here as well. So before you insert create table student, you should use a particular database. So run this use college. Control enter. Did you run? It's not, it has not run. Control enter. Now only it has run. Then run this create table state. Yes. Schema is the structure of that this table should have. Schema, actually the word for schema means database. That schema is another word for database. Schema is alias for database. Schema, the word schema is another alias for the word database. The schema also means structure of a table. So two different meanings it has. Structure of a table. So this table has one roll number, name and age, right? This is the schema of the table. That is structure of the table, schematics. You can also say schema as the database of this table. This table is in college database. So there are two meanings for the same word. Yes, in one database there are multiple tables. Each table will have one structure, one schema. So don't confuse that word schema anywhere. Just think, talk in normal terms. One database, several tables. Several databases. Each database has several tables. Each table has a schema. Schema is nothing but the structure. This is called column definition. So this is the column name, and whatever you type, this is part is called column definition. So we don't know much about that yet. We have not studied certain things, so we are just writing int only here. Okay, just check whether all this information is come correctly over here. Any doubts from anybody? Okay. So this is simple demo for int. Next let's declare let's add an additional column. Okay, let's add one additional column into this. Let's call this as let's add an additional column called CGPA of the student. Doesn't matter. So if I'm adding an additional column on this table, does it come under DDL or DML? DDL, right? Because I am modifying the schema of the table. So far I have 3 columns in this. I'm adding one 4th column. So this is a DDL statement, data definition language. So to add a column, we have something called alter table. Add a column. There's so many ways to add a column. So I'm just going to say, I told you, right? DDL statements consist of create, alter, drop, rename. So we have seen create already, drop already. One example each. There's so many creates and so many drops. Let's do an example for alter. So let's say alter table student. Now inside this, so many options are here. So there is an option called add column. What column do you want to add? CGPA. And then I have to provide what data type that column is. Let's use decimal because we need some control. So let's give decimal. What is the CGPA usually from 1 to 10, right? So the and 10 usually what is the scale of the CGPA? So let's say it is 8.56, right? Imagine this is the CGPA. So this is precision is 3, scale is 2. So I have to give inside this decimal 3,2. So if I try to enter 8.567, this will round it off to 8.57. This will round it up to 8. If I increase the precision, it will round it off. Okay, so it gives us proper control of how much is allowed inside what. So I'm going to add a column called CGPA with decimal data type 3,2. Okay, 3,2. So if I run this, so now if I describe this table, let's select it and see. Select all from student. Now you can see that one column extra CGPA is added. And what is the value currently? Null. I didn't give any value, right? I just added one column. So you should notice one CGPA column getting added there. Next is, so let's say I insert into student. Let's add one new roll number 2, Alan. Let's Alan's age be 25. And now I give a CGPA something like this, 1,500. Will this run? I'm giving 1,500 as CGPA for Alan. So it violates the precision, right? It violates the precision because I gave 4 characters, 4 numbers. I gave precision 3, but now I'm giving precision of 4 here. So let's run this and see what happens. It says again out of range for column CGPA. Okay, let's try 15.56, something like this. Will this run? This has precision of what? 4. Again out of range. Let's try 15.5. Will this run? So think very carefully. This will also not run. Why? The amount of time, amount of space allotted for the one before the decimal points is just 1. Amount of space allocated for something that is before the decimal point is 1. After the decimal point is 2. That's what is meaning of precision and scale, right? Before the decimal point it is 1. After the decimal point it is 2. Totally there is 3. So this 15.1 will also not run. So technically speaking, we will not be even able to enter 10. Somebody gets exact 10 CGPA, even this will not run. This is a problem for us because there can be one student who gets 10 CGPA, but never mind, we can fix that by doing something else later. But just stick to an example, simple example. So will 9.56 work? It will work, right? So it has gotten inserted. So you try all these errors. Don't just type whatever I am typing. You point out all these errors as well. So what if I enter, say, let's add one more student. Let's add 3, Tim. Let's add 8.5678. So what will be the CGPA for Tim? 8.5. So this is where the round off starts to happen. 8.57 will be the CGPA. Let's run this and open this table and see. So you guys try all the error messages and everything. Just don't type whatever I am typing. So you can see that when I tried to insert this, I also got a warning. Note this down. I got a warning when I tried to do 8.5678. It did not directly give me a green tick. It gave me a warning. It said data truncated. So that means there was some loss of data. So please note all of this when you are typing. Don't just type this and run this. Data has been truncated. So there is a loss of data and you can see it has become 8.57. So note down all of this. Yes. இதுக்கு நம்ம சிஜிபிஏ தரல, நம்ம கிரியேட் பண்ணிட்டு தானே சிஜிபிஏ காலம் ஆட் பண்ணோம், அதனால அதுக்கு சிஜிபிஏ நம்ம தரல. You have to use another statement to update that value. We'll do that. எது? பண்ணலாம். You can do that. Table ல பண்ற மாதிரி எல்லாமே you can do it here. We'll see that. We have not seen some statements yet, right? We'll see that. Yes. You want to maintain that order. You want to maintain order. அதாவது 3க்கு முன்னாடி ஆட் பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னா see in a regular context, whenever you add more rows, what happens is the rows always come one after the other only. You cannot just add in between. But I'm just saying, if you have, there is one concept called primary key, which we will come to later. Whenever you add primary keys, let's say I add 100 here, and then I add 50, the 50 will go back before 100. So the sorting will happen. But that is because of this topic called index. So many topics are there. Once you get over all those topics, you will understand. Okay. So right now, just see, this is a demo of just decimal. Think of that. Don't go into all the other things. We are just doing demo of int and decimal. Okay, just stick to that alone right now. Don't bother about what else is happening in this table. I gave a demo of int here, decimal here. That is all. Okay. Fine. So have all of you gotten this? Yes. Now I want all the others to create a new table, just some random table, and create one floating point. Yes. You have run the same thing more than once. That is all, not a big deal. Don't run it, okay? Be very conscious of what you are running so that you don't run the same thing once again and again. You ran that insert statement several times. That's why you're having so many same students. Yes. So in reality, we will set this roll number as primary key. If I set this roll number as primary key, it will not allow you to insert it multiple times. But since we have not gone there, you can run it as many number of times as you want. Yes. Run select all from student. It says there is no row in this table. Did you insert? Column count doesn't match. Add CGPA also. So here, see, this one is supposed to be run when I did not add CGPA, right? So you didn't run this at all. So now you add CGPA, something like 5.2 something. Now run this. It will work. So I hope you understand what I'm saying, right? At this point in the journey, we did not have decimals. So that's why now you're going above and you're doing this. That's why it's throwing an error. So create one dummy table. Create table. Let's call this as float demo. And insert one column. Let's call this column num1, and let's call this float data type. Let's add another column num2. Let's call this as decimal. And you can also do this without precision and scale as well. This decimal, I did not include precision here. So can you refer to the documentation and tell me what precision will I get if I ignore the precision and scale? Here I specified precision and scale, but here I have not specified anything. So what precision will I get? Refer to the documentation and tell me. If I don't mention the precision, what precision will I get? Yes? Refer to the documentation and tell me. In float, you cannot mention precision and scale, but in decimal, you can mention precision and scale. What is the precision? What is that precision? That number I'm asking. 10. So by default, if you don't provide precision for decimal, you will get a precision of 10 and the scale is 0. Okay, you will have a precision of 10 and a scale of 0. Anyway, let's not do that. So I'm just going to add let there be no precision and scale for decimal, sorry, for float. Here I am going to add one precision and scale. This time let's take 5,3. Okay. Or let's even do 5,2. Now only I am executing. So far I have not executed. Okay. So now insert into float demo. values. This is a insert statement is what statement? DDL or DML? DML, data manipulation language. And I am going to say I want to insert, let's say I insert the same number 1.99999 something, and the same 1.99999 here in both the cases. So let's see what happens. So this 1.99 is for this float and this is for this decimal, right? So let's see what happens. So it says data truncated for num2. It does not say data truncated for num1. So let's open this table. So you can see that, does the float have precision now? Precision and scale? Just as the number 2, but the decimal has 2.00. The same precision that I gave. 5,2 is what I gave, but still it has a proper scale. There could be 2 more characters present before this, but numbers previous characters cannot be, the padding is not going to happen. So what I'm trying to say is, if you enter 02 as the number, it is going to get displayed as number 2 only. Okay, so this is called left padding. This is usually not done. Okay, so 02 is represented as 2. So it is actually having 02.00, but since this is not shown, it just says as 2.00. Okay. So this is what is meant by float being approximate and decimal being exact. So we have some control because of this precision and scale. Also, it is, so this topic is very technical. If you exactly ask me why is float approximate value and decimal numeric value, you have to actually go here, and there is a Wikipedia page called floating type, floating point. So there is something called a floating point arithmetic, which is completely different from exact value arithmetic. So I think it is IEEE 754. Yes. So there is a standard, technical standard for operating floating point. So the way in which floating points are calculated is different. Okay, so if you read this IEEE 754, you will understand why floating point is different. It is called approximate value and decimal is called exact value. So this is a bit too technical, so I will not talk about this to a greater extent. But if you notice this, if you look at this, you will read, you will understand that if you keep on, if you want the value to be very accurate, if you do many calculations on floating point, let's say you're doing 100 calculations, one calculation there will not be difference. But imagine that you're doing 100 calculations, adding two numbers, subtracting, multiplying, dividing. The output of floating point can vary significantly from output of exact value after doing many calculations. That's why they don't allow you to do floating point calculations. That's why they call this approximate value and they call this exact value. Okay, so remember always, when you are okay with approximate values, use floating point. Exact values, use decimal. That is all. Just keep that in your mind. I don't want to go more technical than this. Let's insert some more. Let's insert some more values. Let's do. Let's do this time 2.89999 something. Let's do the same here, 2.899. Let's run this and see what happens. Again, I'm getting a warning. You can see that this has become 2.9, this has become 2.90. So that extra byte of information is there, which is very useful in certain situation. Extra one character. It can be some other value, right? So this extra one can be 9192. I mean, I did not give anything like this properly, but in case of your calculations, I'm saying this small 2.91 or 2.92 can alter your calculations when you do multiple operations. The answers can be different between float and decimal. That's why it's called exact value, approximate value. Okay, so just keep it in your mind. If you want exactly how floating points work, you read that IEEE 754. Okay. The thing with floating point is that in different OS, you might get different answer as well. And I'm not talking about between your laptops. I'm talking about different servers, different languages, different, say, Unix server and Linux server. You might get different answers as well. So I cannot guarantee that this is what you will get when you run the same code somewhere else. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to say is very simple. Float is approximate value, so use this with caution. Do not use this. Where not to use floating point? Finance data sets. If you have finance data, please do not use floating point there. Especially for finance data, do not use floating point arithmetic. That is approximate value. Then you will have no control of the precision and scale. Okay. So this is called, I have given a very simple demo of int, float and decimal. So remember, decimal and in decimal, the precision and scale is very important. If you don't give it, you will get precision of 10 and a scale of 0. So if you just write decimal, it's equal to writing decimal 10, 0. If you ignore this, this is what you will get 10, 0. Floating point, again in your slides, they have mentioned floating point with precision and scale. But if you notice very carefully in your documentation, so if you see, they have clearly written float with precision and scale are non-standard MySQL extensions and are deprecated. The word deprecated is very, very important. If you encounter this word deprecated somewhere, you have to pay very important attention. So the word deprecated means it will stop working in a future version. The word deprecated means that feature will stop working in a future version of MySQL. So even though currently you can give precision and scale for float also, but it is deprecated. So in Python also you will hear the word deprecated everywhere. Whenever you hear the word deprecated, it means it will stop working. So currently, which version of MySQL are you guys using? 8.0.39. Maybe in 45, this will stop working. Nobody knows when that future version is. So in version 49 or 45, this might stop working. So don't use anything that has got the word deprecated in it. But if you are so specific that you have to use that, my application requires that, then don't update your MySQL. You understand what I'm saying? So there could be there could be legacies. What if this was written, this code was written 5 years ago where this warning is not there, right? So what will they do? They should not update their MySQL. They should run on a older version of MySQL if you're especially using these kinds of deprecated technologies. Okay. So even if I try to do something, let's see whether I get that warning. Let's call create table. Let's call this F1 something. Let's call this ABC. Float, I'm just going to give decimal precision and scale. Let's say 5,2. This is a random dummy table that I'm creating. So it says very clearly at the bottom, when I try to give precision and scale for float, it says specifying the number of digits for floating point is deprecated and will be removed in a future release. Okay, so even though it currently is allowed, it will not be working in the future. So I am not going to bother about this. Okay, so just remember this. These are legacy systems. For older systems, the compatibility will be there. That will be removed in the future version. Fine. So I just copied this, right click, copy response, and I pasted this. Okay, so this is integer, decimal, float. 3 data types, that in 3 numerical data types we have seen. So we have also seen one DML statement called insert. In DDL we have seen one example for create, one for alter, and one for drop. Okay. Now many of you might ask this question to me. Don't we have one? Don't we have a? So we did not add a CGPA for Bob, right? So if you remember, if I root select all from student, there was no CGPA for Bob. So how do I add that CGPA? You have to use the update statement. You have to use update statement, and this update is DDL or DML? DML, because it modifies the content of a table. Update is a DML, similar to insert. Update. Insert will insert a brand new row. Update will modify existing row. Okay. Insert will insert a new row. Update will modify existing row. Remember this. Update will modify existing row. Fine. But if I try to update this, you will get an error. Update table student set CGPA is equal to, let me just set one random CGPA 9.5, where roll number is equal to, roll number of Bob is 1, right? So this is the, so table will not come here. So I'm setting the CGPA to 9.5, where is like a filter. Where is like a filter, where roll number is equal to 1. But if I run this SQL, is not going to work for me, at least it should not work for me. So it's saying safe update mode is not enabled. We don't want to enable that, so we'll just move on from here, but we'll see some update statement later. Why is this throwing an error when I run this is, did we define a primary key column on this table student? No. So technically speaking, many people can have roll number 1, right? Technically speaking now, don't think logically. Since we did not define, so that is the reason why this update statement is failing. So this update statement relies on a primary key given in the where clause. Since this roll number is not a primary key, it is not running here. It is saying, I cannot identify one row, I can identify, this can potentially lead to multiple rows. Okay, that's why it's not running. But we can go around this. There are so many settings that I can go around here. One setting is, there is one setting called, so follow what I am doing, okay, otherwise ignore this step. There is something called SQL safe updates. There is something called SQL safe updates. Follow along carefully. By default, it is set to 1. That means I cannot use non-primary keys inside the update table statement. If I set this to 0, let's see what happens when I set this to 0. Set SQL safe updates is equal to 0. You don't have to try this. So now if I run this back, I'm getting SQL safe updates has become 0. Now if I run this, this will run. So this is called safe update. This is a safety precaution that is present inside SQL so that you don't do these kinds of work. Okay. So you can also disable, enable the safe updates by going to the GUI edit, preferences, SQL editor. There is an option called safe updates over here. You can uncheck this. Okay. So just remember this. I am going to set this safe update back to 1. I'm just going to set this safe update back to 1. Now will this run? It will not run. Okay, so ignore that right now. We have to learn some additional topics like primary key. Okay, fine. So we'll see update statement later, but right now update statement will not. Also, please be very careful. If I don't give the where clause and if I do run this, listen to this carefully. In this update statement, if I don't give the where clause at all, everything will become CGPA 9.5. So this is all the reason why this safe updates has to be set to 1. If you accidentally run this, the entire CGPA column will become 9.5, which will result in huge loss of data, right? So let me just do this. Let me set the safe updates to 0. Let me run this. Now let me run this query. Then if I open the student table and see, all has become 9.5. So this is the reason for that SQL safe update. Okay. SQL safe update tells us that whenever you update a table, you have to refer to a primary key in the where clause. If you do not refer a primary key in the where clause, the update will fail. That is what SQL safe updates mean. Okay, so if I disable that, then this will allow everything. Okay, so that is called SQL safe updates. Just remember this, we don't have to bother about this right now. Okay, so just keep it in the back of your mind. I said this because some of the students were asking how to change that CGPA. We'll do the CGPA change later, but don't let this be 0, let this be 1. Okay, let's SQL safe updates be 1. Okay, so we have seen int, float, decimal. Okay, next is string data types. We'll see update later. Okay, don't worry. This is not an example of update, but since many people asked me this question, I said that in between. We'll see update later. See, SQL theory is a very, see, I'll tell you this, it might look confusing because in order to study this, you must know something else. In order to know this, you must know something else. In order to know this, you must know this. So there is this cycle that is there in SQL. So that's why I'm saying ignore everything else when I'm saying this. So there is this, so many topics are intertwined in SQL. That's why I'm saying when you stick to int, just stick to int. Don't bother about remaining things. We just saw the 3 data types. That is all. Ignore the update and all that. We'll do updates later. Okay, fine. So next we'll talk about string data types. I am not going to do demo this time. So I'll just give a example. We'll see a lot of demos later anyway. So in string data types, date and time is there, but fine. String data types we'll see next. So of which most important to us is char and varchar. Of course, enum is also very important. Set is also important, but we can discuss all this, but there is no time. So I will just discuss only these 3. There is something called text as well. This which is what I used earlier. I'll tell you what the key differences are between these. So listen to what I'm saying very carefully. Char stands for, I will just use the same thing that I just want to take the same definition that is written here. I'm just wondering. Okay, let's call this as char as fixed length strings and varchar as variable length strings. So listen to this carefully. I cannot give demo of everything, you will not understand. So I have to write everything in the board. Fixed length, variable length. Let's say I say name. There is one name column that I declared inside student table, right? What data type I gave here for it? I gave text. So this text is an overkill. When I say overkill, this text will you can even store paragraph and paragraph of information here. Okay, so storing for name on Bob setting text is not a very good idea. So if you look at text, I can store large amount of text there. Okay, so this is useful whenever you want to store IMDb reviews, pages and blog post content. So in that time only you have to use this. At that situations you have to use text. So it's an overkill for name of a person, because name is not going to go more than say maybe 100 characters. That itself is the worst case scenario only. So text is not a suitable thing. Let's discuss char here. Let's say I say char 5. Let's say I give char 5. Now for Bob, I entered only 3 characters, right? So what happens to the remaining 2 characters? They also will be consumed. So even if I enter 3 characters for char, the memory taken will be for 5 characters. That is why this is called fixed length. So imagine I give name char 10. Let's say I give char 20 or something. So if I type Bob, what will happen? How many characters will this take anyway? 20 characters it will take. Even though I gave only 3 characters, this will take up 20 characters of memory. This is called char. I hope you have understood, right, what I'm saying. Any doubts, please stop me now itself, because I want you to understand this theoretically properly. Whereas if I give name varchar 20 and I just type Bob, it will take 3 characters plus some additional characters it will take for certain reasons. So if I explain that, you will get confused. It will take some small addition, but it will not take entire 20. Say it takes more than 1 character extra, so it will take maybe 4 characters. So that 1 extra character is, I'll tell you why it takes 1 extra character, or maybe 2 also. See, if SQL is going to read record by record, Bob is going to be stored like this, right? 5 characters, let's say. Then Alan is going to have only 1. And then let's say I have Tim. So this is how it is. SQL is going to traverse the records. So char is fixed. It's all fixed, right? So for imagine the pointer is here. For going to the next name, I can just go to 10, right? Or I can just go to 5. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can just go to 6. Just add 5 to this and I'll get this 6 here. And this Tim will start from where? 11. So SQL doesn't have to worry too much about finding where the next name starts. But this is for char. But what about varchar? So here it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there is this goes from 1, then goes to 8. So how does SQL know when the next name starts, Alan? It stores some information extra. It has to store some information extra to tell where the first character starts. So it will store, let's say it stores this number 4 somewhere. Similarly, it stores this number 8 somewhere. Then only SQL will know Alan starts at 4, Tim starts at 8, right? So since char is fixed, there is no doubt in SQL for traversing the records. Since varchar is variable characters, I can have one name that is this many length long as well, right? Say let's name A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. And the next name can be just A. So this is the problem with variable length characters. So one extra bit of information or byte of information is stored to identify where this name starts. So now tell me which will be faster, this or this? Char will be faster, right? Why? Because I don't have to think too much. If it's varchar 20, I will have the names in these locations 1, 21, then it is 41. I can just fastly go through all the names. Whereas if it is varchar, I have to do 2 steps. One is first name I start at 1, second name I have to read from some memory location, then I have to start at 4, then read from some memory location, then start at 8. So varchar is slower. So char is fast, varchar is slow. Which is memory efficient? Yes, this is less memory efficient. This is more memory efficient. So you can completely ignore this story that I said and just remember this. But I think that it is very important for you to understand what is going on inside this place as well. So simple terms, char is fast but consumes more memory. When I say less memory efficient, I mean more memory, consumes more memory. Okay. More memory consumption, less memory consumption. Okay. So fast, slow. More memory takes up more memory, takes up less memory. This takes up less memory only when you give short names. If you give long names for everything, then you might as well just go for char itself. For example, let's say Aadhaar card is there. Which you will choose? You will choose char or varchar for Aadhaar card? You will choose char, right? Why? Because our Aadhaar cards are going to have 12 digits. So what is the point of even going for varchar there? You understand what I'm saying? So just go for char. Okay, so you have to think very carefully. See, this is the difference between some professional person doing things and some random person typing some, because this you can get from any place. You just type this from any place you want. But you have to understand all of this and do this. That's the difference between a professional and somebody just typing things, learning from some YouTube video. So that is I want you to take home that properly. Because anybody can learn SQL very easily, but the thing is, they will not, once you reach a certain level, you will start to struggle. So that's why I'm saying all of this properly. So this is the difference between char and varchar. Char is fixed length, varchar is variable length. And then there is one more data type called enum. There is this data type called enum. Any doubts on char, varchar? No doubt. Okay. So next is enum. Enum is like, let's say that let's say you want to let's say you have a column called shirt size. Shirt size. So it can be M, S, L, XL, double XL. Imagine that these are the only 5 shirt sizes. These are text, right? But if I just call this char, say 3, people can enter whatever they want, right? Inside this, they can enter 1, 2, 3. They can enter A, B, C, but these are not valid shirt sizes. So that is where enum comes to my rescue. Enum will tell me exactly what all options are allowed. So while defining this data type, I'll say these are all the only options. This comes under text, but if I type all of these, it will not allow me. That is called enum. Enum gives us, think of this like data validation. It's technically not data validation, but think of this as options, giving an option to the user. You can only select from these things only. Okay. So let's do one demo for this enum char varchar. Okay. So I'm going to create a dummy table, create table. So we'll just do only for this. Let's call this as strings. and let's declare 3 strings. Let's one for char, and let's call this as char 10. You will not be able to notice any difference even if I do char varchar, because so don't give any. Let's call this as s1, string s1, s2 varchar. Let's give 10 here as well, and let's give enum. So s3 enum. Let's call this as size. Okay, and here I have to give some values here. So I'll just say only s and m. Okay, simple things. I'll just give 3 sizes. So let's create an empty table like this, and now insert into strings. So I'll just say something, some random character ABC, another again ABC. This is just for learning the data types. Here, can I say ABC for the third string? No. So whenever you insert statement, so I should type values here. This will go into this, this will go into this, this one will go into that. Okay. So this will not be allowed. So let's see what happens. So it says truncated column, data truncated for column. So it's not allowing me to insert. Let's choose something like L, then it will insert. Okay. This is called enum. Okay, this is called enum. Again, this will consume how much memory? S1, 10. How much is S2? Will S2 consume? Yes, 3 plus 1 additional for storing the position. One, it can be just a little bit more, maybe 20-30% more, that is all. But you'll definitely not going to store 10. And this L is enum. Okay. So this is all about for base, for entry level. I think this is sufficient. I don't want to go into blob and all that. So many other data types are there. I don't want to go there, but just remember this: fixed length string, variable length string, enum. We will see the update statement later. Don't worry. We're just concentrating on the data types right now. So can you give me some real life examples where this enum is given? I gave one example, size. Where else can you use this enum? Situations where this enum can be used. If you look at this world database, if you look at this table called country, where have they used the enum there? The country table inside the world. They have used enum in continent. So you cannot write whatever continent you want. It has to be among these 7 continents only. A country, you cannot write a country cannot belong to some XYZ continent, right? So they have used enum here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 continents. Enum here. This is what I'm talking. Okay. Okay, so these are string data types. Again, We'll see when you come to order by, you will understand. There is some kind of implicit type conversions are all things that are going to happen here. So in Excel, when I tried to do something like this, what happened? Can you guys tell me? We did something like this, right? ABC, or sorry, let's say 5 plus, we did something like this in Excel, right? 5 plus 5. What happened in Excel? We got 10. Are you sure? Is equal to 5 plus 5. We got 10, right? Okay, so let's see whether we get the same thing here. We are getting 10. Okay, fine. Let's try 5 ABC plus 5. Here we'll get, here in Excel, what did we get? Excel we got 10. Are you sure? We got value error, right? Excel we got value error for this. But here if you see, you will get 10. So it tries to extract that 5 out of that and does addition. So this is called implicit type conversion. Be careful about this. Be very, 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 very careful about this. This can result in huge danger sometimes. So please be aware of this implicit type conversion. Okay, so something I wanted to let you know, because we have seen numbers and strings, right? So I just thought about this. Implicit type conversion is going to happen here. So here this is resulting in 10. This is also resulting in 10, which is different from Excel. Excel is not doing implicit type conversion, it is doing something else. Here it is called implicit type conversion. What is type conversion? One data type to another data type. So here that 5 ABC is becoming number 5. So string to number, that conversion is happening here. Okay, fine. So let's move on to the next one. Next is string date and time. Should I take this much time to explain this? Let's see what all they have done. Have they gone into very big detail? No, they have not done very big detail. There's given you a list of things and they have left off. Okay, let's talk about a few more things. Very, very basic level. I don't want to waste too much time. So in string itself, there is something called binary in var binary. Just remember this, explore this yourself. Then blob and text. So this is what I said, this can store a lot of data. And blob stands for, remember this, binary large objects. So using blob, you can store images, videos. Using text, you can store lots and lots of paragraph of text. Using blob, you can store images and videos. Okay, that's blob. So char, var, binary, var, binary, blob, text, enum visa. Set is, I don't want to go about it right now, but you guys try this on your own. Set data type. You are aware of sets, right? What is set? Set operations. What are set operations? You guys must have all studied that. Union, intersection. So yes, a difference. So if you want to do those kinds of operations between two columns, you can use set data type. Okay, so I don't want to go into that because nothing has been mentioned in your slide. They have just written certain things and have moved on. So let's look at date and time very quickly. Okay, not much time is there. But I want you to read this documentation, have a proper understanding of each data type. So if you have some time, that is. Next is date and data time. So in Excel, so there is in date and time data types, there is one thing called date, date time, timestamp, time, year. 5 data types are only there in date. So you have for date and time data types, date, date time, time stamp, time, and year. So you can guess, right, what will date contain? Just the date. What will date time contain? Date and time. What will time contain? Only time. What will year contain? Only 4-digit year. That's all. And timestamp also will contain date and time only. It's just that the values, range of values are different. So for example, if you look at date time and timestamp, so you can read this. This is a silly thing. You don't have to remember this. Date time, the values between the year 1000 to year 9999, where timestamp is between 1970 to 2038. Just remember this. It's not a big deal. This can take range of values from. So if you want to store something that is going to happen in 2040, which data type will you choose? Date time. So for all practical reasons, just forget this exists. Okay, because this one can take year value from 1000 to 999. Okay, so I'm just reading from the documentation. I am not remembering anything. So this is the range of values. See, they have given the range of values very specific to even the number of minutes, seconds, everything. Okay, so this is year. I told you, right, MySQL. What is the order? It is year, month, day. It has to be in this format only. You cannot write it in whatever format you want, like in Excel. And then it is hours, minutes, seconds, and then the last one is microseconds. Dot microseconds. This is the syntax of date time. Date time. Okay, so that's, we can just figure this out. That's all. So that's date time data type. Then what else is there? Okay, we have seen so many create table examples. We have, okay, we have not dropped a table yet. Fine. So what all tables we have so created so far? Show tables from what is our database? College, right? This is the college database that I'm using. So we have created so many tables. I created at least so many tables. So before the break, we dropped the database. Now let's drop some tables. Drop table F1. So we'll drop the table F1. Then if you see now the 3 tables are left. Drop table float demo. We'll delete float demo. Then how many? Only 2 tables are left. Drop table strings. Now if I run this once again, will it run? No, it will throw an error. It will throw an error. Okay, so it's also a good idea to write drop table if exists. So what does this normal English write? Idu irundha delete pannu. If it is existing, delete it. So if it is not existing, don't delete it. So the advantage of writing if exists is that instead of an error, you will get a warning. Instead of an error, you will get a warning. The advantage of warning is, imagine you select 100 lines of code and run this 100 lines of code. If you get an error somewhere, the execution will stop. Whereas if you get a warning somewhere over here, it will just throw the warning and keep moving. That's the advantage of sometimes getting warnings instead of errors. Okay, so that's why. That's why I prefer writing it in this way, so that when I select multiple things and I run it, if no problem, I can just continue to run. That's the difference between errors and warnings. It's not going to stop my workflow. So if you see this world DB, they might use this kind of if exists and all that. Okay, if exists. Optional. That is completely up to you. Drop table if exists. Okay, let's move on. Okay, next is truncate table. So we still have one table called student, which is still alive, right? So what is this difference between drop and truncate? What is this difference between drop and truncate? We will see. This is very important. So imagine you have a table like this. Listen to this, listen to this. More than the query, this part is important because you will get so many opportunities to create table. The remaining classes, we are just going to keep doing that only. But this theory you will not get back. So listen. So let's say roll number, name, age. Drop, what it will do is it will completely delete both the content as well as structure of the table. Whereas truncate, after doing the truncate statement, you will be left with the structure but not the content. So the content will go, but this structure will remain. So, but I should ask you one question. If truncate is going to only delete the content of the table, then why is it called DDL? It comes under DDL statements, right? I told you anything that affects the structure of a table is DDL. Anything that affects the content of the table is DML. So why is truncate? Somebody do this, all of you do this research and tell me, why is truncate a DDL statement instead of a DML statement? Yes? The structure is still remaining, right? After truncate, drop is, I hope everybody is clear about drop. Database means database is wiped. Table means table is wiped. Both structure as well as content. Truncate will clear the contents of the table. Actually, I should not use that word. It will clear that contents. After truncate, only the schema remains. That's the actual definition. I should not say delete all the rows. That is why it is not present at the DML. But why I am asking, why is truncate, even though the output appears as if it is just destroying the contents, right? I'm asking you, why is truncate a DDL statement? Why can't this be a DML statement? Because it affects the content of a table only, right? At the end of the day. So let's see what happens. So student is here containing 4 rows, 3 rows, right? So if I run truncate table student, and now if I run this select statement, I should get just the structure of the table. So I am asking you, because of this, why is truncate called a DDL statement and not a DML statement? Why is truncate a DDL statement? Because it contradicts our explanation, right? So do some research. The answer is there in the documentation itself. So read it. So that is truncate table statement. Create, alter, drop, truncate. We have seen all 4. One example of each 4 we have seen. Let's do rename. Rename is very simple. Renaming a table. So rename table student to student details. That's all. So now the student table has become student details. So student has become, that is rename. That is one. Yes. Yes, yes, that is correct. So yes.
numbers வச்சாலுமே இங்கிட்டு தான் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகுது. இதுக்கு வந்து இந்த 4 அப்படிங்கிற நம்பரை வந்து ஒரு பக்கத்துல ஸ்டோர் பண்ணி சொதப்பிட்டு ரிமெம்பர்ஸ் what is that?
The pointer of the next memory location of the next letter. அதை நீங்க calculate பண்ணலாம். ஸ்டோர் பண்ணனும் அவசியம் இல்ல. அதை calculate பண்ணலாம். So it is equal to the length of this one plus 1 தான் இது. ஆமா, ஒரு pointer location. So in everything is stored in memory, right? In memory everything is a sequence. Everything is bits basically. So இப்போ பாப் பக்கத்துல ஆலன் வச்சுட்டா பாபுக்கும் ஆலனும் ஒரே பேர் ஆயிடாதுல்ல. இப்போ இஃப் பாப் இப்போ வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா 5 தான் இருக்கு அப்படின்னா கரெக்டா 2 ஸ்பேஸ் பாப் அப்புறம் ஒரு ஸ்பேஸ் ஆலன்னா கரெக்டா அந்த பிளாக் எடுத்து படிச்சுட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கும் அது கேர்ல. ஆனா வேற கேர்ல பாப் சின்னதா இருக்கு, ஆலன் பெருசா இருக்கு, திருப்பி சின்னதா இருக்கு, திருப்பி பெருசா இருக்கு, சின்னதா இருக்கு. ஸோ எப்படி ஒரு பேரை இன்னொரு பேரை நீங்க மாத்துவீங்க? ஒரு பேர் இங்கதான் முடியுது, இன்னொரு பேர் இங்க இருந்து ஆரம்பிக்குதுன்னு எப்படி தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு? So you should have some kind of location. அதுக்கு நிறைய strategies இருக்கு. ஒரு strategy I told you this, that is இந்த பேர் இங்க ஆரம்பிக்குது இங்க முடியுதுன்றத இன்ஃபர்மேஷனை ஸ்டோர் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கோங்க எங்கயாவது. Another strategy could be you could have some special string inside that bit location. So many strategies are there, but whatever strategy you choose, yeah, behind the things, yes, அதனால தான் it is slower. More work is done for varchar, less work is done for char. That is why it's slower. Yes. Which one? Which is the, for what are you talking about? Truncate. So we are talking about why is truncate DDL statement. Okay, see, why truncate is DDL statement is because what truncate will actually do, anyway I'm saying this answer because many of you are discussing this. Truncate is equal to drop plus create table. Truncate is equal to two other DDL statements called as drop and create table. So that's why truncate is a DDL operation. So when you run truncate internally, what SQL is doing is, MySQL is doing, it is actually dropping this, so everything goes away, and then it is running the create table statement away. Then you should ask me one question: how will SQL know the create table statement of this table? How will SQL know the create table statement of this student table? So actually SQL takes a backup. So if you run this, show create table student, so it's currently called student details, right? See, there is one create table statement which SQL remembers. This is what it runs basically. Okay, that's why truncate is not a DML statement, it is a DDL statement. So technically truncate is equal to running a drop and create table. Drop you know already, create table SQL stores one create table statement. Whatever you type it stores. So for example, imagine we added one more column, right? So if you add this column, accordingly this create table is modified. Okay, so remember all of these things, what is going on behind the background. Fine. So this is truncate. Truncate is equal to drop plus create table. That's why it is DDL. Among this, both are DDLs, right? Drop is DDL. This is also DDL. So truncate is also a DDL statement. Okay, fine. Now you should ask me, we'll encounter something else. At that time you ask me. So I'm just waiting for that question from you guys. So any doubt in this so far? Just data types and these 5: create, alter, drop, truncate, rename. Just this topic, ignore all the other topics. Any doubts on these topics? Create table, alter table, drop the table, truncate the table. rename the table. So this is renaming the table. Okay, fine. So what is the next topic that they have given us? DML statement. So this will go for a long period of time. Fine. So let's look at insert statement. We looked at insert statements. You guys know already what is insert statement. Let's look at update statement right now. Okay. So update DML statement. So again, the syntax of update statement is very large, but I will just write it in a very simple way. The syntax is update table, name of the table, and set column name is equal to value. Set column, the name of the column, you have to set the value, and you have to provide a condition. This is very, very important. I'm just writing the simple syntax. Update. So I don't think table comes here. Sorry, table is not needed here. Just call this as update table name. Yes, update table name, set column name is equal to value, where condition. So this is the syntax. This is the syntax. Okay, so this is the syntax. So let's write one simple statement. We have written create table so many times. So can you write one create table statement containing these columns? Say for example, name, no, I just want something else so that you guys can try all of this different things. Fine, let me just do something else. I'll just go ahead with this create table student itself. Okay, see, already in the student table we have student details, right now. So we have no data here, right? So let's say I want to insert just roll number, name and age. I don't want to insert CGPA. So how can I do that? I have to say insert into student details values, and if I give only 3 values, this will not allow me, right? So I have to say insert value only for roll number, name, age. So I will just say values, roll number, name, age, and roll number is 1, name is say Bob, and age is say 20. Just run this alone. So this is the syntax. Okay, insert into values comes here. So this is the syntax for entering only the data that you want. If you don't write anything here, this should match the number of columns in that table. If I write something here, I am giving values for only these 3 things. CGPA I am not giving right now. Okay. For the students who don't have this table, you create it from scratch itself. I'm just going on the flow that I have written it. So now if I run the student details, I'm getting CGPA as null. The last one I have not given, that is the syntax. This is the syntax for adding one. Say for example, I can also write like this. I can also write like this. That is age, roll number, and I can say 21 here. You can change the order also. So that's up to you. So this is how to insert. So if you have not renamed the table, keep it as student itself. That's up to you. It's your workflow. You cannot just exactly follow what I am typing here. Just stick to your own workflow. So next, I told you, right, there is something called safe updates. So you guys can disable the safe updates just for this session. So go to edit, preferences, and go to SQL editor and remove this safe updates for now. For now. Go, yes, edit, preferences, SQL editor, safe updates. So it says very clearly, rejects updates and deletes with no restrictions. Okay. Uncheck this option, remove the safe updates. Or you can also set SQL safe update is equal to 0. You can also set you can also run this instead. If you prefer, you can use the GUI, edit, preferences, SQL safe updates to 0. Now let's say update student details, set CGPA is equal to 9.5, something like this, where roll number is equal to 1. Wherever the roll number is 1, set the CGPA to 9.5. So again, so whenever you do this SQL safe updates, you have to open and close your workbench. So just open and close your workbench, okay? Whenever you set this SQL safe updates from the GUI, you have to open and close the workbench. Okay, so I am just setting it from this location. So I don't have to do any of this. You can also run this if you want. Now if I run this, it should work. And now if you see, you will get roll the 9.5 CGPA updated over here. So either you do it using the UI. If you use the GUI, you have to close and open the workbench once again. You can also set this. Anybody not getting this, please let me know. Or you can just type this. If you don't want to use this GUI, see, I would prefer that you use this method because you have better control. Okay, so use this method. But also remember that there is an option in the GUI. Yes, who called? If you have any doubts, let me know. So like I said, hereafter, okay, so this is SQL safe updates. So like this, so many options are, these are called flags, okay, flags. flags, FLAGS. These kinds of flags are going to determine how your SQL is going to work. So if you are interested in what are all the flags that are present, you can put select double at the dates, and these are all the flags that are present in SQL. So you can change the values of these things and change the behavior of SQL. See, some performance flags are there. So you can change the behavior of SQL by changing these flags. So one such flag that I use is SQL safe updates. Fine. So this is updates table. So after this, we leave for the break. We have insert, update. Delete is also exactly same as update only. You have to say delete from student details where roll number is equal to 1. What will this do? This will delete that entire row. Delete will delete an entire row wherever this roll number is 1. So this is delete. So this is update. This is delete. So now if you open student details, you should not see anything inside. And what do you think will happen when I don't write the where clause inside delete? Everything will get deleted. So this also kind of gives you what truncate will give you, right? Delete without the condition will give you the same output as truncate. But which will be faster? Truncate will be faster. Because truncate will just drop, which is one instantaneous operation, and create is another instantaneous operation. Whereas delete will go through each row and delete it again and again. So it will not take much time, but it will take more time than truncate. So please be very careful with delete operations and update operations. If you don't forget, if you don't type the where clause, everything will get updated, everything will get deleted. All the rows will get deleted. So this is why we have this, what flag is there to protect us. SQL safe updates is set to 1 to prevent us from doing all these kinds of nonsense in our database. Okay, so I hope you understand why we are disabling that and doing this. Okay, so technically this should not be possible because roll number is still not a primary key. And even if I delete this roll number, it will still work. It will still work, it's executing. So it technically should not execute. Since I set the SQL safe update to 0, it is executing. This will delete all rows from that table. So if you accidentally run this, you will delete all rows from the table. So delete is DML or DDL? DML. Truncate is DDL or DML? Truncate and delete without the where clause, and truncate is going to give us the same output. But this one will be slower. This will be faster. This one involves 2 DDL operations. This one involves a DML operation. So don't think both are the same. Both are not. Okay, so this is specific to MySQL I'm talking about. So I don't expand this to every other DBMS out there. Okay, fine. So we have seen insert, update, delete. We have also seen what is select statement. That's all. So far what we have seen is, we have seen what are all DDL operations, DMLs we have seen, numeric data types, fixed point data types, floating point data types. So numeric, integer type, fixed point, floating point. Then under string, what all did we see? Char, varchar, enum. What else? I mean, in detail, we saw this. What all types did you encounter? Set, binary, var binary, then blob text. So this one you guys figure it out, okay? Because there is no time to do all of this. And then what else is there? Numeric, string, and in numeric there is also one bit Boolean data type. Okay. What else did we see? Date and time data types. What are all the data types present here? Date, both date and time, timestamp, time and year. Okay. Then there are other data types which I don't want to talk about called spatial. Just remember this. Spatial, what does the word spatial mean? Geometry, right? So if you want to store the coordinates of a city, you can use spatial data types, GPS locations, latitude, longitudes, geometry. So those kinds of things are anything that has got to do with the plane, that's called spatial data type. Latitude, longitude, those kinds of things you can store here. Say, for example, you want to store the boundary of a country. Imagine this is a lake. You want to store the boundaries of this lake, you can put all the coordinates in the spatial data types. So when all the coordinates are joined, you will get a lake there. So if Google Maps is extracting data for map, it is extracting it from this spatial data type only. Your Google Maps it's a vector graphic. Did you notice that it's not a scalar graphic? There's a difference between scalar and vector graphics, right? If you zoom a scalar graphic, you take a photo of yourself, you zoom it, is it getting blurry? Every time the most zoomed position will be very blurry. But is Google Maps getting blurry when you zoom it? It is just expanding, right? That's called vector graphics. So for vector graphics, the image itself will not be saved, but the dimensions will be saved. So when you zoom, automatically the dimensions will zoom. So that is these spatial data types are stored here, spatial data types. And then there is something called what else is there? Spatial data types, and then JSON data types. JSON. This is a very famous data types used in web applications. We don't have to bother about this right now. JSON is the language of the internet. Okay, when two websites communicate with each other, they use JSON. This is mainly web application development. So JSON stands for JavaScript object notation. JavaScript object notation. So it's a language of the internet. Okay, so I think we have seen SQL insert statement, update statement, delete statement. Okay, this way we have not seen, right? We will come back and do this. Okay, where class, all of this we will do. Compound search conditions. Okay, fine. All of this we'll do after the break. So some weird alter table statements are here. We'll see this as well. So there's too much of content for one day. Fine. So you guys go for a break, come back quickly, okay? Because after this, we have to take the in-class content as well. So the contents that are pending are more different alter types and some select, and then there is a where clause that has to be taught. So come back quickly, maybe 12:20, come back by 12:20. So download the zip file. Inside the zip file, there is one SQL questions. Open it in the query tab. I'll be back. In this in class itself, we'll try all the different alter table statements. Theoretically, we have covered everything. But let's complete this one alone. So what is the answer for question 1? How will you type this? That's all. Create database bank. So this is a brand new database. So the previous one, many of you might have gotten confused. So that's why I'm starting from scratch here. Create database bank. Create is a DDL statement. So since we are going to use the bank, so let me also do use bank. So just check whether the database is created. So here we will have a very clear understanding of which data type to choose. Yes. No, you have opened it in another tab. So close this. This is an unconnected window. So here go to file, open SQL script and select that SQL script. Or drag that SQL script and put it here after extracting it. So again, we'll do everything so that all your doubts will be cleared. That's why I wanted to do it like this. Okay. So the next question is, now you guys are going to complete this for me. I'm not going to type this. Create a table with bank inventory. So what should I do? Which TDL statement to create a table? Which TDL statement will create a table? Create table, okay. Create table bank inventory. Create table bank inventory. After this, what should I do? In parenthesis, I have to type column name and column definition. So they have given the columns here. product. So what string data type you want to use here? Size 10, char or varchar for product name? Want to go for char? Okay, fine. You can also use varchar if you want. Next, quantity, what data type? You can choose any int, tiny int, small int, medium int, big int. For simplicity sake, I'll just say, for example, let's say small int. Price. Price is financial data. So what you will do? Which decimal? Decimal, and that can handle all real numbers they are saying. So usually price is, let's add 10, 2. Precision of 8, precision of 10, scale of 2. So this can, what is the maximum price of a product that can be inside the store with precision of 10 and scale of 2? What is the maximum price of a product that can be sold in the store? 10, 2. 99. So there will be 8 nines, right? So that is what? 7 nines. This is this. No, it's not 9 crore. This is 999 lakhs. Yes. 999 lakhs, 999,999. That's the maximum product. .99. That's the maximum price of a product that can be in the store. See, indirectly by specifying the data type, you are limiting your maximum price that can be sold in your store. So please be very careful with this. Okay. Okay. Next is purchase cost. Let me do the same thing, decimal 10, 2. And estimated sale price. Do the same thing. You can choose some other data type if you want. I am just going with this. You can use other data types if you want. I'm just giving a simple example here. Feel free to use your own data types. So let me run this. So it is executed. Estimated sales price. Yeah, they're saying float, right? Okay, fine. So let me just do float itself. But I'm saying one thing is, for all financial data, use decimal. But since they have asked float here, I'll type float here. Okay, fine. Which can handle all real numbers. It can be either int or float. I mean, all real numbers can be handled by what? All three will handle all real numbers, right? So it's fine. So say I just changed this to float because they specified float here. That's why I made this float. Not a big deal. So I just dropping it and recreating. Fine. Display all column names and their data type. Which will do that? Describe. Describe bank inventory. This will display all the column names along with the data types. you have any doubts, let me know. Very simple things only are here. Just keep continuing to solve this because we have all seen this, right? Very basic questions. Next, they are asking us to insert two records. They're asking us to insert two records into this table. So this is the first record. So write the insert statement for this. Insert into bank inventory values and within parenthesis pay card, quantity is 2, price is 300.45, purchase is 8,000.87 and 9,000.56. That's it. Just type it manually. Pay card, sorry. You know the drill. Just repeat that for the next one as well. Insert into values. Very simple question. Pay points, quantity 4, 200.89, 7,000.67, 6,700.56. Any doubts, please let me know. These are very basic things, okay? But our queries will become a lot more complex than this. Trust me on this. Queries will run into pages. So, that's why I'm ensuring that you understand what you are doing right now very clearly, because later I don't want you to suffer. So ensure that you are very good at basics, because once you go to advanced level, if you are not at basics, you will suffer. I'll just wait for some time. Yes. Nothing is case sensitive here. SQL, we are in the mode where it is case sensitive. So if you want to see whether you are in the case sensitive mode or not in the case sensitive mode, you can run this show create table bank inventory. So if you see this, you will get one create table statement. Let me open this value. There is, see, what did we write? I mean, we did not write all of this in our create table, right? There are some additional things that are written there. What are all additional things? We wrote only this part. Default null we did not write. So some extra things are written. We did not write this InnoDB engine. We did not write the character set. Then there is something called collation. So this is what I meant. that determines the case sensitivity. Currently CI means case insensitive. Okay, so currently by default everything is case insensitive, but you can make this case sensitive by choosing some other collation set as well. So that is for answering your question. So we wrote only the basic things, and this is called what? What is this symbol? The symbol, something is written. We wrote just product, right? We did not put this symbol on either sides. So what is the symbol called? I have talked about this symbol earlier in Excel's class. Yes? No. Symbol, name of the symbol. No, see, this is not single quote. Single quote is backtick, yes. This is called a backtick. So SQL automatically adds backticks between the name of the columns. Backtick. This is the same symbol that is present, the same as tilde symbol. I told you, right? Tilde. Okay, fine. So I hope you understand and got your doubts resolved. Add a column. So add column means what? DDL or DML? DDL, alter table. Yes, DDL, alter table. Alter table, bank inventory, add column, geolocation. So this is plain English only. Alter table, bank inventory, add column, geolocation. Data type is varchar, size is 20. They have given the data type, so I'm just following that. Geolocation, varchar 20. Let's run this. That is all. Don't run it more than once. Don't run anything more than once. Because if I run alter table once again, I'll get an error because I've already added this column, right? Okay. So what is the value of geolocation for product pay card? So what will be the value of geolocation? Null, right? We just added that. So it will be null only, right? So geolocation, that entire column will be null only. Okay. So anyway, let's write it and see. We'll write a select statement. Select. So the select statement, listen everybody. So select statement followed by the column names from table name. And if you want, you can add a where condition. Select. If I put star, what will I get? All columns. If I don't want all columns, I have to specify what all columns I want. So I will write it. Select geolocation from bank inventory where product is equal to pay card. So if I run this, I should get null because there is no answer for that yet because we did not add any answers. Select geolocation from bank inventory where product is equal to pay card. So this equal symbol stands for what? Assignment or equality check? Equality check. So in SQL, is there anything called assignment in Excel? We did not have any assignment in Excel, right? We had only equal to standing in Excel for formula or equality check. Similarly, in SQL, same equal to will stand for both assignment. We'll see about this assignment later, and equality check. So when did we use this equal to for assignment earlier? In one place I used equal to for assignment. One or two places I used equal to for assignment. In some place, yes. Set update table statement, right? So in that set statement, I said column name is equal to value. This is not, I'm not checking anything, right? I'm assigning this value to this column. So in that place, wherever if you notice this word set comes, this equality will behave like assignment. But inside every other place, like where clause, this equality will behave like Boolean operation, equality check. So there is no separate. If you look at Python, equal to stands for assignment, double equal to stands for equality check. But that does not exist here. In fact, there is one more is assignment operator that looks like this in SQL. Let's not talk about this right now. So depending on the context, the same equal to behave like assignment and the same equal to behaves like a equality check. So in this case, here it is assignment or equality check? Equality check. So I'm checking wherever the product is pay card. So note this, all these small things down. Assignment and equality check are the same equal to's only. How many characters does the product pay card store? So it is asking me how many characters, len, right? Similar to Excel, len. So fine. So how many characters are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So the thing is, wait. So here they are not, if they're asking for a query, there are some formulas that we can do. Let's write something and see. Select, there's something called length. Length of product. Let me also display product from bank inventory. Let's run this and see. So it says 7. So this, don't use this length, okay? Don't use this length. I'll do something else. I'll use something called char length. So if you run this, you are still getting 7 only. So this question is not based on writing a query, I think. Maybe they are trying to test us how much but if you actually check for this character length, it still says 7 only. So it counts the number of characters, even though the amount of memory that this will consume is 10. The amount of memory this consumes is 10. The character length is still 7 only. See, the thing is, there is something called padding. So char is padded with white space. So even though, I don't know whether it is left padding or right padding, you just look at the documentation. Since it stores 7, there will be 3 white padded spaces, which may not come in the select statement. Okay, so don't expect this to reflect that. The memory that this one takes is 7, but whatever has come in the result is still 7. I mean, memory is 10, result is 7. Okay, because here whatever functions you use, here you cannot get 10 because then you cannot do some operations here. For example, extracting delimiters and all that. Say for example, I want to split this pay card into pay and card. For this, if with 10 I cannot do anything, right? With 7 I can do something. That's why. So char length, okay, char length for extracting the number of characters. There is also one more function called length, okay, but don't use that. I'll tell you why. So for example, so let's say char length is there. Let's use some non English words, okay. Let's copy this one. I hope I have copied it. I'll tell you. I mean, there are some people who use length for this. You're not supposed to. Okay. So if you run this, see, I'm trying to differentiate between character length and length here. If I run this, what happened? Unknown column. Okay, sorry, I forgot to put this in double quotes. Text is supposed to be put in double or single quotes is also fine. So if you see, char length is saying 5, length is saying 15, which is correct. Which is correct for this. You put any other language if you don't understand Tamil. Character length is correct, right? Because this ta is 1 character, this is 2 characters, this is 2 characters. Totally 5 characters. And but this length, what is this 15 then? This is the number of bytes this one takes. Okay, so that is why I'm saying whenever you want to find the length of a piece of text, use char length, don't use length. That's all. Just keep that in your mind, okay? Use char length, don't use length. Just keep this in your mind. Don't, I don't want to go into what length is doing. So you can put any non-English words, because for English words, you will get the same for both. It's only when you come to non-English words, like this car brand is Citroen, that E on top of this E, you will get this acute grave. So that there where char length will all change. So use char length, okay? Don't use length. Even though it appears to be the same, length and char length are different. Just check whether Excel is giving the correct answer for that. Excel len function is there, right? Just check whether it gives the correct answer. Okay. So the answer for this is 7. So how many characters did it store in the I don't know how to answer this question. Char length is 7, but the memory consumption is 10. So I'll just write both. The character of this product is 7 only, but the memory consumption is 10. So I don't know what to say there. So I'll just write both. Okay. Update the geolocation field from null to Delhi city. So I will just write this. Update bank inventory set. What should I set? Geolocation, okay. Equal to Delhi city, okay. And should I write a where clause? They have not said anything, right? So I'll just leave it. But this will update all the location to Delhi. Okay, so just keep that in your mind. That is all I want you to know. So today is very basic class compared to what we are going to do in the upcoming classes. And this week itself is very basic only. Next week only, I think you will have some big queries. Yes. I've disabled it already, right? I've already disabled select SQL. So once you disable it, it is disabled. So it's already 0 only. It's at 0. Okay, that's why it's running. If you have any doubts, let me know. You have inserted pay card twice, 3 times. You have run the insert statement 3 times. You did not insert pay points? There was one more. I think you forgot to insert. But you forgot to run it. Oh yeah, this will also work. But it has not gotten executed. Run it once again. You don't have to select, just put the cursor there and press Control Enter. Yes. Now come back and run this. You should come back and run that char length. Now, you see, this is only specifying pay card, right? That's why it's saying pay card. But for this, there is no need for where clause. They just said, okay, for pay card, right? Okay, fine. Yes, add that where clause. Yes. You did not insert pay card. You did not insert that pay card as well. So if you want, you add a where clause here. Okay, they said pay card, right? So I will just add one where clause where product is equal to pay card. Just add one where clause here as well because they specifically said pay card. So pay card 7. Add one where clause there. It's not needed. I just verbally said it, but yes, add a where clause there. Yes. Where geolocation?
Yeah, null value, like null, it should be displayed. It's not even displayed.
Did you add this table? Select all from bank inventory. Do that. Select all from bank inventory. Do select all from bank inventory because there seems to be no column rows there. Okay. No, instead of that is fine. You cannot insert it once again, right? Purchase cost. This is where the error is, it says. Purchase cost. Can you describe this table for me? See, you have put 5,2 here. No, just that if you change, it will not happen, right? You have to drop it and create it once again. You cannot just they change this and run this once again. No, you have to drop this table, make any changes, run it again. Okay. Or you use alter table. There is some techniques there as well. Yes.
Pay card and the product.
Pay card is the product. They're asking us to find this length of this product pay card, right? So in this, there can be several products. of which we are interested in finding the length of pay card. In technically, you don't need to do this. You can just do char length pay card here. That itself will do. Like I wrote here, right? Char length pay card will do. I just wrote it as a generic statement here. Okay, you can just write pay card there itself. Yes. Are you having call take rows actually? See, you have not created the table correctly. Why? Are you sure about this? Table இல்லையே மத்த காலம்லாம் எங்க மேல போங்க. கிரியேட் டேபிள் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்ல நம்ம இன்னொரு நிறைய காலம் கொடுத்தோம்ல ஸ்டார்டிங்ல, அதெல்லாம் வரவே இல்லையா? நீங்க என்ன பண்ணுங்க, ஒண்ணும் இல்ல, just drop this table, start from scratch once again. என்ன சொல்லுது? சேஃப் அப்டேட்ஸ்ல set that safe update to 0 and either go to edit preference and set it, or set safe underscore sql underscore updates is equal to 0. Yes. அது பாருங்க, syntax alter table, table name, modify column அப்படின்ற மாதிரி ஒன்று வரும். அந்த syntax பாருங்க இதுல டாக்குமெண்டேஷன்ல. we'll see that also. See, at every step, please check whether your query is running correctly. That is a mistake many of you are making. You got it? Got it? Okay. So just check whatever you are doing, whether it is reflecting there. Please check it once. Okay. I really don't understand this question, but how many characters? Select char length, geolocation, questions are not very clear, so I'll just approach it in whatever interpretation I'm doing. So I'll just say char length of geolocation. That's all. Okay. See, now they are saying from change to varchar. They could have told char here, right? What if we had already set it as varchar? Fine. So this is what you also asked, right? How to change data type of a column after doing it. So listen to this. Listen to this. Question number 9. They're asking us to change the data type of product from char to varchar. So if you look at the alter table statement, there are so many alter table statements available. So if you look at alter table, so you can see these are all the options of which we will use there is something called modify column, column name, column definition. We'll use this. Alter table, table name, modify column, column name, column definition. So I am going to say alter table bank inventory, modify which column? Product, from modify product, and I can just say varchar 10. Varchar 10. That's all. So alter table bank table name, modify column, column name, column definition. Let's run this and check the describe bank inventory, and you should see this char has become var char. Okay, just check this. Every time you do some changes, check whether it is getting reflected here. Just don't type it and move on. Ensure that you are changing this thing properly. Earlier it was char, now it has become var char. Modify column name. Yes. Sorry. Mm. You don't have to select it. See, don't have to select. Just put the mouse there and press Control Enter. That is all. That is all. What is it saying? Column count does not match. How many columns do you have? See, remember, that is why you should not come back and go here. See, now you need to add one geolocation as well, right? We added one geolocation. So add one Delhi and Delhi city NCR as well. Add one comma and add Delhi city. Then it will run. You understand what I'm saying, right? Here in this place, where is that insert table? Go to that insert. Insert. Yes, here add one Delhi city as well. Or you drop this and go from scratch from start till end, because you have added, see, somewhere along the bottom you have added geolocation. Now if you go back, it is asking for 5 columns, 6 columns, so you are not able to add. Or what you do is you put within brackets and you type product this. Ignore the geolocation, put one bracket and type this before values. Okay, either do that or do everything from scratch once again. Okay, alter table bank inventory, modify product, column definition. That is all. Very simple statement. See, check everything in one instance, because suddenly you cannot go back and do something here, right? So don't do that. This is not like a line of code that you can execute. Once it is done, it is done. That is all. You cannot go back and edit it. Editing this will not do anything at all, actually. Okay, reduce the size of the product field from 10 to 6 and check whether it is possible. So first of all, do we have products that take more than 6 characters? Yes, right. We have pay card and pay points, 7 and 9 characters. So if I do this reduction, we have to check whether SQL is going to allow that. Usually it doesn't. Let's see what MySQL server is doing. So let's see. So alter table bank inventory, modify which column? Product varchar 6. Okay, let's see what happens. It should not allow or it should give us a truncated warning. Let's see what happens. Error. It's not a warning, it is an error. It's not allowing at all. Okay, it's an error. So it is not possible at all. A SQL is not allowing us. So it's an error. See, error symbol. It's not a warning. It's an error. Okay. SQL is not going to allow us to do all of this. Again, there is a mode. There are several SQL modes I displayed, right? At the date. In one of those modes, if you toggle, this will be possible. I hope you understand what I'm saying. That I wrote select at the date, and I showed you one list of modes, right? If you toggle any one of those modes, this might be possible also. Okay, so I'm not going to go into that, but I'm just saying. Okay, so this is not possible. At least I'm getting an error. I'll just say I'll get an error. But I can modify this behavior is what I am saying. Okay. Update the quantity from 2 to 10. This is quite simple. Update bank inventory. Set statement. In update DML, set is very important. Set quantity is equal to 10 where product is equal to pay card. So set this and check whether it is happening. Always check whatever it is that you're doing. Yes, it has become 10. But technically speaking, now so many other things also have to change, right? Price, okay. So it's all unit purchase cost, estimated cost. None of these numbers make any sense, but never mind. Fine. So I'm setting the quantity to 10. Do this in a proper order. If not, you will get confused. If you have messed somewhere in this position, you have to go back and do this. Did you fix that? The geolocation problem? நீங்களும் அந்த ஏதோ பிரச்சனையில மாட்டிட்டு இருந்தீங்கல்ல, you got that? எல்லா காலம்ஸும் வந்துருச்சா உங்களுக்கு? Go to the top. இதுக்கு மேல இன்னும் create table போனீங்கல்ல, just drop this table. இந்த டேபிளை drop பண்ணிட்டு இந்த create table வந்து திருப்பி அடிச்சிட்டே வாங்க. I will share this with everybody. Drop this and run this. எந்த லைனுக்கு? இல்ல இப்படி வைக்க கூடாது. செட் செலக்ட் இல்ல செட். Set this to 0. Now update this. இன்னும் இது இன்னொரு ரன் பண்ணுங்க. Set safe update 0. Have you typed it correctly? SQL இல்ல அப்படி கிடையாது. அது வேற மாதிரி டைப் பண்ணோம்ல. SQL underscore safe underscore updates. SQL underscore safe underscore update அது. Yes.
Try this and it is successful. So here also we're changing the size of the purchase cost. Same.
Increasing is fine. Decreasing is the problem, right? Increasing means it can take additional data. Existing data you cannot decrease, right? There will be loss of data. See, I will paste all of this. See, some of you have messed up somewhere, so I will just paste all of this in air for share. You guys try it from scratch. Whatever I have done so far, I'll paste it in air for share. Okay, somebody else has put something, don't disturb that. So I'll just paste what up to question number 11 I am pasting. So you make use of that. See, this is not like Excel where you can just go back and edit things. This has to be done in a certain order. Yes. Okay. Create a table named as bank holidays with below fields. Yes, this you can do. Create table bank holidays. So it has 1 field called holiday. 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 1 field called holiday only date. So which data type? Date. Okay. Start time field, which also displays, accepts date as well as time. So date time, and end time accepts date and time. Okay, fine. Along with time zone also. Time along with time zone. What is time? It's a date time only. I don't know what do they mean by time. Displays or accepts date and time along with time zone. Time zone is a different concept. Is there any data type like that containing time zones? I don't think. So there is something called time zone here. I don't think we can input time zones. We can change from one time zone to another. Fine, I'll just leave it as daytime itself. I don't know what do they mean by add along with time zone. Fine. That such a thing I'm not able to see at all. So let's see. Just going to create this. Insert today's date details in all the fields of bank holidays. Today's date. After step 1, perform the below. Postpone holiday to next day by updating the holiday field. Okay, so what they're asking us is, they're asking us to insert today's date inside holiday. So today's date they want, right? So for accessing today's date in Excel, what did we do for accessing today's date? Today function, okay. And for date and time? Now, similarly in MySQL, there is something called current date. Okay, there is something called current date that gives us the current date, and there is something called current timestamp for the date as well as time. Okay, so I will use this to insert into this table. Insert into bank holidays values, and 3 values I have to write, right? One is current date. Let's the start and end be the same. So I will just use current timestamp as the start. Technically end I should not use current timestamp. So let's not bother too much. I'm just going to use the current timestamp. Starts and ends there itself, or I can just use current date everywhere else. So it's not a big deal. So they have not given that information here. So I'll just leave it as. I don't want to do that too much. You can also put current date in all 3. So they're saying insert today's date details only, right? So I'll just put current date in all 3. So I'm just strictly following their regulations. Just strictly following whatever is said in this so that there is no confusion. Okay. And then postpone to 1 day next by updating the holiday field. Postpone it to 1 day. So we need to know about date arithmetic, which we have not talked about at all. But fine, we'll do that, no problem. So if I now look at select all from bank holidays, many of these questions are quite silly. But fine, 26/8/2024. Now it has to become 27, right? Postpone it to 1 day. So I need to add 1 day extra. So in In Excel, how will you add 1 day extra? +1, right? Let's see what happens when I try to do +1 here. So let's see what happens. Select current date +1. Is this correct? Is this correct or no? Just look at this carefully and tell me. This is date. There's one hyphen, can you see? After I added +1, is there any hyphen there? That is no longer a date, that is an integer. I told you, right, this concept of implicit type conversion is going to be a problem. So when I added +1, what has SQL done? It has converted this date to a integer and it has added 1 to it. So don't do these kinds of things. This will not work in SQL. So you have to say something called plus interval 1 day. Okay, you have to type something a little bit extra. So this forces SQL to keep this as date and add 1 date plus interval 1 day plus interval 1 day. Don't just put +1 there. Interval of 1 day I need to add. So how should I do this? I should use update statement, right? Update bank holidays set holiday is equal to, that's all. There is only one row, so I'm just, I mean, these questions are quite silly, but anyway, just run this and get it over with. So now select all bank holidays. You have changed this from 26 to 27. That is all. So remember, this is date arithmetic. This is not numerical arithmetic. This is date arithmetic. So just remember how to perform. So if you want to add 1 month, you just have to type 1 month here. So it will add 1 month. 1 year, just put 1 year. 1 hour you want to add, you put 1 hour. That is all. So this is how you do date arithmetic in MySQL. Okay, so it's simple. So 3 things: current date, current timestamp, interval addition, date arithmetic. Okay, fine. We have got 5 minutes and 2 questions. Let's complete this. I will share this, paste this entire sheet there. I have just added this to whatever interpretation that I have. You guys get the, you are getting solution files, right? You're not getting solution files to in-class content? No? I think if I don't know whether it is there or not. You can ask your program manager and just check with it, okay? Okay. Okay, so let's complete this. Modify the start time with today's date time. So this is the same thing. That is all. Modify set start time is equal to current today's date time, right? So it is, I mean, I don't know, fine, timestamp. That is all. Current date time in the bank. It's already the same way only, right? So I don't know why they're asking us to update this. Fine. But here they have asked us to do something called time zone conversion. UTC GMT. What does this mean? UTC GMT. We in India, what GMT are we in? 5:30. We are at GMT plus 5:30 or minus 5:30. Yeah, sun rises faster here, right? So if you look at GMT, so if you look at this, so I hope all of you are aware of this GMT, right? So there is something called Greenwich Mean Time, and then some countries have sunrise before that, some countries have sunrise after that. Okay. So for example, okay, there is something, yeah, let me open this. So yeah, this is the what I was searching for. You can see that Greenwich Mean Time is where somewhere over here, right? This is where the Greenwich Mean Time is 0. Everything in front, like we are here, right? So we are at 5:30. And all the other countries, US and all, they have sunrise after us. So when we are in the evening, they'll be having their morning, right? So that is how this. So many people say Japan rises, sun rises in Japan, something like that. This is what they mean basically. So Japan is one of the first countries to have sunrise. So sunrise will go from this side to that side. So we are in Greenwich Mean Time 5:30. So you can refer to this time zones map here. So coming back to this one. So they're asking us to convert from UTC time, GMT time. What is this? I have no idea. UTC. What is UTC? What is UTC? Coordinated Universal Time. What is this Coordinated Universal Time? Okay, this is something else altogether. Okay, fine. So they have changed this from GMT to UTC, I think. So let me see. Okay, fine. So what we'll do is we are running out of time. So we'll do this tomorrow. This GMT UTC. I need to do some explanations here. So this question number 15 alone, leave it. Okay, we will do this tomorrow. We are running out of time. So any doubts until this part, I will just paste it until this part from start. So tomorrow we'll deal with that GMT UTC. Is it possible for you guys to attend the quiz in your home itself? Because so that we can save some time tomorrow. So you attend in-class quiz, yes. Okay, only one question we have not solved, right? So that should not be a problem. Just attend the quiz in your home if possible, because I want to talk about a lot of other things, but because of for this, I'm not able to talk about certain things. So try to attend. If you are not able to do this, we can try it in the class. Any doubts you have, you bring it to the class. 15 we'll talk about tomorrow. There's not enough time. So we'll talk about this tomorrow. Okay. Fine. You can save this as a script also. Save it. You can save it as a script as well for later reference.